Akaya Chakshurunmilitam Dena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. The whole Mangalacharna first. Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Katamayam Tadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Parakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavam Cha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sadvadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Ta Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha Namaum Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Shri Shri Navadvipa Para Pradipa Sandipyamana Satato Bhuviya Chetastamo Hanti Yasya Na. Prabhu David, need the book. Don't make anybody move, just bring the book. Next. Next. Shri Bhakti Siddhanta Projyotodita Shri Vyasadya Kosham Kushalam Kripalu Sanlecha Bhagdesha Chaye Dadadnas Tam Kirtayama Prabhupada Devam Achadyate Yat Paratarka Drishya Govindam Urjujvala Bhaskarena Advaitikadyo Takulam Jagatyam Tam Kirtayama Prabhupada Devam Yasyaiva Yatnena Purana Raja Gangamala Keshava Keli Hangsa Satstrotra Ratna Vyahati Haloke Tam Kirtayama Prabhupada Devam Shri Radhika Krishna Padaravinde Sahasra Hritsu Shatamandareshu Aropayadyo Madhure Prativyam Tam Kirtayama Prabhupada Devam Kaushalyadhair Yasya Sahasra Shastra Shastrati Varshai Pratiyanta Yatehi Chanda Kaler Moha Chamur Hatena Tam Kirtayama Prabhupada Devam Nana Lasad Gaura Sudha Prakasha Palashitao Stapita Eva Yena Krishna Nuchinta Janasanga Vrikshas Tam Kirtayama Prabhupada Devam Yo Nityada Jivati Daivikeshu Nijasu Shikshasu Tusanugami Kripam Buddhir Nanda Shuta Shritatma Tam Kirtayama Prabhupada Devam Namaum Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Shri Varshabhana Videvi Daitaya Kripadaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Dayane Prabhave Namaha Madhuryo Jvala Premadya Shri Rupanugha Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Sri Murtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Virudhapa Siddhanta Dvanta Harine Namo Goda Kishoraya Sakshad Vairagyamurtaye Vipralambhara Sambode Padambu Jayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Sakchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Virbhava Bhomestvam Nirdesha Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnava Sarvabhoma Shri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gaura Tvishe Namaha Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhakta Rupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dina Bandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Jayatam Surato Pangor Mama Manda Materagati Matsarvasva Padambojo Radha Madana Mohano Divya Vrindaranya Kulpa Dharmadha Srimad Ratnagara Singhasanasto Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Deva Prishtalibi Sevyamana Smarami Srimad Rasarasarampi Vangshi Vatatatastitaha Karshan Venu Swaner Gopir Gopinatha Shriyestunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vrindayai Tulsi Devyai Priyayai Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavatyai Namo Namaha Shri Nishinga Jai Nishinga Jai Jai Narasingha Pralada Desha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Matsamo Nasti Papatma Naparadi Chakaschana Parihare Pilajjame Kimbruve Purushottama Yavatinam Yata Yuni Yunam Cha Yuvatau Yata Mano Biramate Tadvan Mano Meramatam Tvayi Humaos Kalita Padanam Bhumireva Valambanam Tvayi Jata Paradhanam Tameva Sharanam Prabho Govinda Balabhe Radhe Prartaye Tvang Ahangsada Tvadiya Miti Janatu Govindo Mam Tvaya Saha Radhe Vrindavanadishe Karunamrita Vahani Kripaya Nijapadabja Dasyam Mayam Hatiyatam Vande Nanda Vrdashrinam Bhadarenum Abhikshnashaha Yasam Harikato Gita Punati Bhuvanatrayam Namashrestam Manamapi Shachiputram Atra Swarupam Shri Rupam Tasya Gajam Aruparim Mutrim Goshtavatim Radha Kundam Girivaramaho Radhika Madhavasham Prapto Yasya Pratita Kripaya Shri Gurum Dham Natosmi Adadhanastridam Danter Idam Jache Puna Puna Srimad Rupa Padam Bhoja Rajoham Syam Bhave Bhave Hantaya Madhura Bala Harirasavaryo Yadrama Krishna Charanasparasha Pramodaha Manam Tanoti Sahago Ganayostayo Yad Paniya Suyavasakandana Kanda Mulai Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhara, Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Ishvara Parama Krishna Sakchidananda Vigraha Anadiradir Govinda Sarva Karana Karanam Chintamani Prakara Sadma Sukalpa Vriksha Laksha Vriteshu Surabira Pipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasra Shata Sambrama Sevyamanam Govinda Mari Purusham Dhammaham Bhajami Venum Kvadantam Aravindam Dalayataksham Bharavatam Samasitam Buddha Sundarangam Kandarpakoti Kamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govinda Mari Purusham Dhammaham Bhajami Alola Chandra Kalasadvana Malya Vamshi Radnangadam Pranayakeli Kalavilasam Shyamam Tribangalalitam Niyata Prakasham Govinda Mari Purusham Dhammaham Bhajami Angani Yassa Sakalendriya Vrittimanti Pashyanti Panti Kalayanti Chiram Jaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadujvala Vigrahasya Govinda Mari Purusham Dhammaham Bhajami Advaitam Achutam Anadim Anantarupam Adyam Purana Purusham Navayauvanam Cha Vedeshu Dulabham Adulabham Atma Bhaktao Govinda Mari Purusham Dhammaham Bhajami Pantastu Koti Shatavatsara Sambragamyo Vayoratapi Manaso Munipungavanam Sopyasti Yaprapada Simdya Vichintya Tatve Govinda Mari Purusham Dhammaham Bhajami Ekopya Saura Chaditum Jagadanda Koting Yat Shakti Rasti Jagadanda Chayayatantaha Andantarasta Paramanu Chayantarastam Govinda Mari Purusham Dhammaham Bhajami Yad Bhava Bhavitadiyo Manujasta Taiva Samprapya Rupa Mahima Shayanana Bhusha Suktair Yameva Nagama Pratitaistu Vanti Govinda Mari Purusham Dhammaham Bhajami Ananda Chinmaya Rasa Pratibhavitabis Tabhirya Eva Nijarupataya Kalabi Goloka Eva Nivasatya Kilatma Bhuto Govinda Mari Purusham Dhammaham Bhajami Premanjana Chudita Bhakti Vilochanena Santaksa Deva Hridayeshu Vilokayanti Yam Shama Sundaram Achintya Guna Swarupam Govinda Mari Purusham Dhammaham Bhajami Ramadi Murti Shukadani Amena Tishtan Nanavataram Akorod Bhuvaneshu Kintu Krishna Swayam Samabhavat Paramapumanyo Govinda Mari Purusham Dhammaham Bhajami Yasya Prabha Prabhapato Jagadanda Koti Koti Shishesha Vasudari Vibhuti Bindam Tad Brahma Nishkalam Anantam Ashesha Bhutam Govinda Mari Purusham Dhammaham Bhajami Maya Hiyasya Jagadanda Shatani Sute Traigunya Tadvishaya Veda Vitaya Mana Sattva Valambi Parasatvam Vishuddha Sattvam Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Ananda Chinmaya Rasatmataya Manasu Yapraninam Pratipalam Smarutam Upetya Lilayatena Bhuvanani Jayatya Jastram Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Golokanamni nijadamni tale tatasya Devi Mahesha Haridama Suteshu Teshu Te Te Prabhava Nichaya Vihitascha Yena Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami. Shristi Stiti Pralaya Sarana Shakti Reka Chayeva Yasya Bhuvanani Viparti Durga Ichchanu Rupam Api Yasya Chacheshta Tesa Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Shiram Yatada Dirvikara Vishesha Yogat Sanjayate Nahitata Pratagasti Heto Yashambhutam Api Tata Samupaiti Karyat Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Diparchare Vahida Shantanamabhyapetya Dipayate Vrivata Hetu Samana Dharma Yastadrage Vahicha Vishnu Chaya Vibhati Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Yakarnarna Bhajale Bhajati Sma Yoga Nidramananta Jagaranda Saroma Kupaha Adhara Shaktim Avalamya Param Swamurtim Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Yashaika Nishvasita Kalamata Valambya Jivanti Loma Vilaja Jagadandanata Vishnur Mahansa Ihayasya Kala Vishesho Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Basvanya Tashma Sakuleshnu Dejeshu Teja Swiyam Kiya Prakatayat Tafitad Padatra Brahma Yaesha Jagadanda Vidhana Karta Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Yat Pada Pallava Yuga Vinidaya Kumbha Tvanve Pranama Samaye Saganadi Rajaha Vignan Vidhantu Malamasya Jagatrayasya Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Nirmahi Ganganamam Murudishashcha Kalastatapma Manasiti Jagatrayani Yasmad Bhavanti Vivavanti Vishanti Yamcha Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Yachchakshuresh Savita Sakalagrahanam Raja Samasta Suramurti Rashesha Teja Yasyajnaya Brahmati Sambratakala Chakro Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Dharmo Tapapa Nichaya Shrutayasta Pamsi Pramadikita Patagava Dayascha Jiva Yadatra Matra Vibhava Prakata Prabhava Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Yastvindra Gopamata Vendra Mohosa Karma Pandhanu Rupa Palabhajana Matanoti Armani Nirdahati Kintu Cha Bhakti Bhajam Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Yam Krodha Kama Sahaja Pranayari Bhiti Vatsalya Moha Guru Gaurava Sevya Bhavae Sanchintya Tassa Sadrishim Tanuma Purete Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Sri Akanta Kanta Parama Purusha Kalpataravo Drumabu Mischintamani Ganamayito Yamamratam Kataganam Datyam Gamanam Apivamshi Priyasaki Chidanandam Jyoti Paramapi Tarasvadyam Apicha Sayatra Shiradhi Sravati Surabhi Bhyasya Sumahan Nimeshardhakyo Va Vrajati Nahi Yatrapi Samayaha Bhaje Shrita Dvipam Tamaham Iha Golokamitiyam Vidantaste Shantakshiti Viralachara Katipaye Ato Vacha Mahavishnur Bhagavantam Prajapatim Brahman Mahatva Vignane Prajasarge Chachenmatihi Pancha Shlokim Imam Vidyam Vatsatatvam Nibodame Prabhude Jnana Bhaktivyam Atmayananda Chinmayi Ude Tunutama Bhaktir Bhagavat Prema Lakshana Pramanais Tatsaracharais Tadabhyasir Nirantaram Bodhayanatmanatmanam Bhaktimapyutamam Labed Yasya Shreyaskaram Nasti Yaya Nivritim Apnuyad Ya Sadayati Mameva Bhaktim Tameva Sadayed Dharmananyan Parityaja Mamekam Bhaja Vishwasan Yadrishi Yadrishi Shraddha Siddhir Bhavati Tadrishi Kurvan Nirantaram Karma Lokoyam Anuvartate Tinaiva Karmana Dhyayan Mam Param Bhaktimicchati Aham Hi Vishwasya Characharasya Bijam Pradhanam Prakriti Pumamscha Maya Hitam Teja Idam Bibarshi Vide Videhi Tomato Jaganti Ishvara Parama Krishna Sakchidananda Vigraha Anadiradir Govinda Sarva Karana Karanam Iti Sri Brahma Sanghita Sampurnam Hari Om Om Purnam Purnam Purnamidam Purnat Purnam Udachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vishishyate Ishavasya Sarvam Yatkinja Jagatyam Jagat Tena Tyaktena Bhunjita Magridhakasya Svidhanam Kurvani Viha Karmani Jijivishekshatam Samaha Evan Svainanyate Tosti The Karma Lipite Nare Asurya Namate Loka Antena Tamasavrita Tamste Pratyabhigachanti Yeki Chatma Hanojana Anejarikam Manaso Javiyo Naina Devo Apnuvam Purvanarshat Tadhavato Jnanatyeti Tishtat Tashmina Pumatarishva Dadati Tadejati Tanaijati Tadure Tadvantike Tadantarasya Sarvasya Taru Sarvasya Bhayataha Yastu Sarvani Bhutani Atmani Vanupashyati Sarva Bhuteshu Chatmanam Tato Navyajagupsate Yasmin Sarvani Bhutani Atmai Vadbhut Vijanataha Tatra Ko Mohaka Shoka Ekadvam Anupashyataha Saparya Gachchukram Akairam Avranam Asnavidam Shudham Apapavidham Kavir Manishi Pariyabhu Swayambhur Yatha Tat Yatortan Vyaratash Chashvatibhya Samabhyaha Antam Tama Pravishyanti ye vidyam upasate tato bhuya ivate tamo ya uvidyayam rataha anyareva hurvidyaya anyarahura vidyaya iti shushu madhiranam yenastad vichachakshare vidyam cha yas tadvedo bayam saha avidyayam mritum tirtva vidyayam mritum ashnute antam tama pravishyanti ye sambhutim upasate tato bhuya ivate tamo ya usambhutyam rataha anyareva hu sambhavad anyadahura sambhavad iti shushu madhiranam yenastad vichachakshare sambhutim cha vinasham cha yastad vedopayam saha vinashena mritum tirtva sambhutyam mritum ashnute hiranmayena patrena satyasya pihitam mukham tattvang kushan pavrenu satya dharmaya drishtaye pushane karshayama surya prajapatya vyuharashmin samuha tejo yate rupam kalyanatamam tate pashyami yosavasau purushasomasmi vayur anilamambratam atedam pashmantam shariram om kratos smara kritam smara kratos smara kritam smara agnenaya supataraya sman vishvani deva vayunani vidvan yuyodyasmashtuharana meno puishtam te nam uktim videma Shri Ishaparashad Sampurnam Hari Om Vacho Vegam Manasakroda Vegam Chihwa Vegam Udaropasta Vegam Etan Vegan Yo Vishaheta Dhira Sarvam Apimam Pratyavim Sashishyat Atyahara Prayashascha Prajalpo Niyamagraha Jana Shangascha Lalyam cha Shadbhir Bhaktir Vinashyati Utsahan Nishchayad Dharyad Tatat Karma Pravartanat Sangatyagat Sato Vrate Shadbhir Bhakti Prasidhyati Tatati Pratagannati Kuhyam Akyati Prachyati Punkte Bhojayate Chaiva Shadvidham Priti Lakshanam Krishneti Yasya Kiritam Manasadriyeta Tikshasti Che Pranati Bishcha Bhajantamisham Shushrushraya Bhajana Vignamananyamanya Nindari Shunya Hridamipsita Sangalabhya Drishtai Swabhava Janitarva Pushashcha Doshar Na Prakritatva Miha Bhaktya Janasya Pashyed Gangam Basam Nakaluput Buddha Pena Pankar Brahma Dravava Mapagachati Niradharmai Syat Krishna Nama Charitari Sitaptya Vidya Pito Patapta Rasanasya Narochikanu Kintva Varad Anudilam Kalushaiva Jushta Svadvikramad Bhavati Tadgadamula Hantri Tannama Rupa Charitari Sukirtananu Smrityo Kramena Rasanama Nasini Yojja Tishtam Vrajeta Nanuragi Jananugami Kalam Nayet Akilam Ityupadesha Saram Vaikuntash Janito Vara Madhupuri Tatrapi Rasotsavan Vrindaranyam Udarapani Ramanat Tatrapi Govardhanaha Radha Kundami Hapi Gokulapate Pramam Ratap Lavanat
Kuryarasya virajato giritate sevam vivekinakaha. Karmibhyah parito hare pritaya vyaktim yayurjnaninas. Tebyo jnana vimukta bhakti purama premaika nishtastata. Tebyastha pashupala pankada drishastabhyo pisaradika. Prishta tadvad iyam tadiya sharasitam dashrayat kakriti. Krishnas yochchai pranaya vasati priyasi bhyo piradha. Kundam chasya munibir apitasthadrageva vyadhayi. Yat preshtar apyalam asulabham kim punar bhakti bhajam. Tat premedam sakrit api sarasnatur avishkaroti. Shri Upadesham Rita Sampurnam Radhe Shyam. Chapter 5, Bhagavad Gita. Little down. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Atha panchamodhyayah Arjunu vacha Sannyasam karmanam krishnam puna yogam cha shamshasi Yashtraya etayorekam tame bruhi sunishchitam. Shri Bhagavan uvacha Sannyasa karma yogascha Drishyasa karavubhau Tayostu karma sannyasat Karma yogo vishishyate. Nyayasa nitya sannyasi yona dveshti nakankshati. Nirdvandvo hi mahabaho sukham bandha pramuchyate. Sankhya yogao pratagbala pravadanti napandita. Ekam apyastita samyag ubhayor bindate palam. Yat sankhyae prapyate stanam tadyogar apigamyate. Ekam sankyam cha yogam cha yapashyati sapashyati. Sanyasastu mahabaho dukam aptum ayogataha. Yoga yukto manir brahma nacharin achati. Yoga yukto vishudhatma Vijitatma Jatendriyaha Sarva Bhutatma Bhutatma Kurva Pina Lipyate Naiva Kinchit Goro Miti Yukto Manyeta Tatvavit Pashan Shrinvan Sprashan Jigran Ashnan Kachan Swapan Shrasan Pralapan Visrajan Grinnan Unmishan Nimishan Napi Indriyan Indriyateshu Vartanta iti dharayan Brahmanyadaya karmani Sangam tyakva karoti yaha Lipyatena sapapena Padma patram ivambasa Kayena manasa bhudya Kevalerindriyerapi Yogina karma kurvanti Sangam tyaktvatma shuddhaye Yukta karma palam tyaktva Shantim apnoti naishtikim Ayukta kama karena Pale sakto nibadyate Sarva karmani manasa Sanyasyaste sukham vashi Navadware pure tehi Naiva kurvan nakarayan Nakartritvam nakarmani Lokasya srijati Prabbhu Nakarma palasam yogam Svabhavastu pravartate Nadate kasyatit papam Nachaiva sukritam vibhuhu Ajnanendavritam jnanam tena bhuyanti jantavaha. Jnanena tudadajnanam yesham nashitamatmanaha. Tesham adityavajnanam prakashayati tatparam. Tadbhudayas tadatmanas tanishtas tatparayanaha. Gacchanta punar avritim Jnane nirduta kalmashaha. Vidya vinaya sampanne brahmane gavihastani. Shuni chaiva shupake cha pandita samadarshinaha. Ihaiva tera jita sargo yesham samyestitam manaha. Nirdosham hi samam brahma tasmad brahmanite stitaha. Naparishyat priyam prapya nodvijet prapya cha priyam. Stira bhudira samudho brahmavid brahmanistitaha. Bhaya sparshe susuktatma vindatyat maniyat sukham. Sabrahma yoga yuktatma sukham akshayam ashnute. Yehi samsparshaja bhoga dukha yonaya evate. Adyantavanta konteya nateshu ramate buddha. Shaknoti haivaya shodhum praksharira vimokshanad. Kama krododbhavam begam sayukta sasuki naraha. Yonta sukontara tatantar jyotirevayaha. Sayogi brahma nirvanam brahma bhuto digacchati. Labante brahmanirvanam rishayashi nakalmasha. Chinnadvaidha yatatmana sarva bhuta hiterataha. Kama krodha vimuktanam yatinam yattachetasam. Abhito brahmanirvanam vartate viditatmanam. Sparshan kritva bahirbayam chakshush chaivantare bhuvaho. Pranapanau samau kritva nasabhyantaracharinaau. Yatendriya manobhudhir munir moksha parayanaha. Vigatecha bhaya krodho yaksada mukta evasaha. Bhoktaram yagya tapasam sarvaloka maheshwaram. Suridam sarvabhutanam nyadvamam shantim richati. Om Tat Sariti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Prabhavidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Sambhade Sannyas Yoga Nama Panchamodhyayaha. Hare Om. Divinity Divine Service. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande, Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vyasuvacha iti samprashna sambrishto vipranam raumaharshanihi. Pratipuja vachastesham pravaktum upachakrame. Sutta uvacha yam pravajantam anupetam apetya krityam. Dvaipayano virahakartara ajuhava. Putreti tanmayatayatara binedus. Tam sarva bhutarayam munyam anatosmi. Yaksvanubhavam akila shuti saramekam. Adhyatma deepam atititir shatam tamontam. samsarinam kanunayaha puranakuyam tam vyasasunum payami gurum muninam Narayanam namaskritya naram chaiva narottamam devim sarasatim vyasam tato jayam udirayed munayak sadhu prishtoham bhavadbhir lokamangalam yatkrita krishna samprashno yenatma suprasidati savai pum samparo dharmo yato bhaktir adhoksaje ahaitu kya pratiyata yayatma suprasidati vasudeve bhagavati bhakti yoga prayojitaha janayat yashuvairagyam jnanam cha yadahaitukam dharma svanushtita pumsa vishvaksena katasuyaha notparayed yadiratim shrama eva hi kevalam dharmasya hyapavargasya nartorthayopakalpate nartasya dharmaikantasya kamo labhaya hi smritaha kamasya nendriya pritir labo jiveta yavata jivasya tattva jignasa narto yashcheha karma bihi vadanti tat tattva vidas tattvam yajnanamadvayam rameti paramadmeti bhagavan iti shabdate tachchadadhana mudayo jnana vairagya yuktaya paschantyatmani chatmanam bhaktya shuta grihitaya atha pumbir dvija shreshta varnashrama vipagashaha swanushtisthasya dharmasya samsiddhir haritoshanam tasmade kena manasa bhagavan sattvatam patihi shotavya kirtitavyascha Jaya pujascha nityada yad anudyasina yukta karma granthi nabandhanam chindanti kovidas tasya kona kuryat kataratim shushusho shudadhanasya vasudeva katarichihi syan mahat sevaya vipra punyatirta nashevanat shrinvatam swakatha krishna Punya Shravana Kirtanaha Ridyantaksto Hyabhadrani Vidhunoti Suhritsatam Nashta Praeshu Bhadreshu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavat Yuttama Shloke Bhaktir Bhavati Nashtaki Tada Rajastamo Bhava Kama Lobhadayaschaye Chaitaiter anavidham stitam sattve prasidati evam prasanna manaso bhagavad bhakti yogataha bhagavad tattva vijnanam mukta sangasya jayate vidyate hridaya grantish chijante sarva samshayaha shiyante chasya karmani Drishta eva manishvare ato vai kavayo nityam bhaktim paramaya muda vasudeve bhagavati kurvantyatma prasadanim sattvam rajastamaiti prakritir gunasthair yukta para purusha eka ihasya dhate Stityadaye harivarinchi hareti samja Shreyamsi tatra kalu safatanor nrinam suhu Partivadarano dhumas tasmad agnistrayimayaha Tamasastura jastasmad satvam yad brahmadarshanam Bejire muniyotagre bhagavantam adhoksajam Sattvam Vishudham Shemaya Kalpante Yenutaniha Mumukshavo Gaura Rupan Hidva Bhuta Patinata Narayana Kalashanta Bhajanti Yanasuyavaha Rajastama Prakritaya Samashila Bhajanti Vai Pitrir Bhuta Prajeshadin Shri Aishvarya Prajepsavaha Vasudeva Paraveda Vasudeva Paramaka Vasudeva Parayoga Vasudeva Parakriyaha Vasudeva Param Jnanam Vasudeva Param Tapaha Vasudeva Paro Dharmo Vasudeva Paragatihi Sa evedam sasarjagre Bhagavan Atmamayaya Sarasadrupaya Chasau Gunamaya Guno Vibhuhu Daya Vilasiteshweshu Guneshu Gunavaniva Anta Pravishta Abhati Vignanena Vrajrimbritaha Yata Hyavahito Vanhir Darushveka Swayonishu Naneva Bhati Vishvatma Bhuteshu Cha Tatapuman Asau Gunamayer Bhaver Bhuta Sukshmendriyatma Bihi Swanirmiteshu Nirvishto Bhunte Bhuteshu Tadgunan Bhavayat Yesha Satvena Lokan Vai Lokabhavanaha Lila Vataranurato Devatiryannaradishu Iti Srimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Samitayam Pratamaskande Naimishio Prakhane Dvitiyo Dhyayaha Hari Om. What happened to all the asanas? How come you all don't have asanas? That's a mystery. Wow, that's a long day. Chaitanya Charitamrita Mangal Charna. Vande Guru Nisha Bhaktan Isha Misha Vatarakan Tat Prakasham Tat Shakti Krishna Chaitanya Samjakam Vande Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityanandao Sahoditao Gaudodai Pushpavantao Chitro Shandao Tamonurao Yada Dvaitam Brahmopanishadi Tadapyasya Tanubha Ya Atmantarayami Purusha Iti Sosham Shavibhavaha Shadaishvaryai Purno Yaiha Bhagavan Swaswayamayam Nachetanyat Krishna Jagati Padatapam Paramiha Anarpita charim chirat karnaviyatirna kalau Samarpayitum unato jvalarasam subhakti shriyam Hari purata sundara dyuti kadamba sandipitaha Sadaraya kandare spurato vasachinandanaha Radha Krishna pranaya vikritir ladini shakti rasman Ekat manav afi bhuvi pura deha bedam gatau tau Chaitanyakyam prakatam aduna tadvayam chaikyam aptam Radha bhava dyuti suvalitam naumi Krishna swarupam Shri Radhaya pranaya mahima kidrisho vanayaiva Svadyo yena bhuta madarima kidrisho va madiyaha Saukyam chasya mad anubhavataha kidrisham veti lobad Tadbhavadya samajani shachi garba sindau harindu Sankarshana karnato yashayi Garbodashayi chapayob dishayi Sheshascha yasyam shakalasa nitya Nandakirama shararam mamastu Maya tite vyapi vaikunta loke Punaishvarye shichaturvyuha madhye Rupam yasyodbhati sankarshanakyam Tamshi nityananda ramam prapadye Maya Bharta Janda Sangashrayanga Sheti Sakshat Karanam Bodhi Madhye Yasyaikam Shashi Puman Adidevas Tamshi Nityananda Ramam Prapadye Yasyam Shamsha Srila Garbo Dashayi Yanabhyajam Loka Sangatanalam Loka Shrastu Sutikadamadatus Tamshi Nityananda Ramam Prapadye Yasyam Sham Shamsha Paratma Kilanam Poshta Vishnur Bhati Tugdab Dishayi Shoni Bharta Yatkala Sopyadantas Tamshi Nityananda Ramam Prapadye Ma Vishnu Jagatkarta Maya Yaya Sujatyada Tasyavatara Evayam Advaita Charya Ishvaraha Advaitam Harina Dvaitad Acharyam Bhakti Sangshanad Bhaktavataram Isham Tam Advaita Charyam Ashraye Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhakta Rupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Jayatam Suratau Pangor Mama Manda Matirgati Matsarva Swapadam Bojau Radha Madana Mohanau Divya Vrindaranya Kalpadrumadha Srimad Ratna Ghara Singha Sanastau Srimad Radha Shila Govinda Deva Prishtali Bhisevya Manus Manami Sriman Rasa Rasarambi Vamshivata Tatastitaha Karshan Venu Swaner Gopir Gopinata Shriyestunaha Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Itena Thakur Gauri Ake Chari Achena Atmasad Etinera Charan Vondondine Mornad Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Let's take a moment to get the seating organized, because if more devotees come in, then we'll have room for them easily. We welcome everyone who's come so far to the Sri Krishna Janmastami here in ISKCON of Silicon Valley. We also welcome everyone who's joined us online this morning from various places around the world. We are, you can come up on the carpet. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And if we have a seating expert, when new people come in, our seating expert will greet them, make sure they have a clear path to sit down and a seat. Hey, you could turn that down. What is it on now? Can you go down one? What do you got? We should have done that. Junu Vacha. Okay, we'll do it all over. Do it all over again in the E. Well, our Swami escaped. But his beads and computer are still here, so I have high hope that we can get him back. Just a tad down, just a little bit. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Swami's giving me hand signals. Voice is gone. Then we moved it down to F. Get him some hot water.
I've been taking these things all throughout the whole thing to try to solve it. It wasn't enough.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. So we're going to rest the Swami for a little while. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Can you turn that down just a little bit? Okay. Up a little bit.
I was reminded during our Shastra Jam. Push it? Push it? Hare Krishna. I was reminded during our Shastra Jam of a Kirtan described in Chaitanya Charitamrita, where Lord Chaitanya just kept going on and on and on and on, and pretty soon everyone else was on the floor and only Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was still chanting. And one of his intimate associates came up and tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Oh Lord, did you notice that everyone is on the ground?" And then he stopped. I was reminded of that. Such capacity this person has for being absorbed in the transcendental sound of Shastra. Hare Krishna.
We're only inspired by your presence here, Marsh.
Right. I'm sure, my present or not, that would have gone on. Hare Krishna. What am I supposed to do now?
Normally we keep reading the Krishna book and then commenting on it. But if you have something special you want to read, you can read it now or you can read it later.
We're not allowed to say anything?
Yeah, you can speak to whatever you like.
Okay. Why are we here this morning? Getting up so early. Of course, many temples we get up every day at that time. But whether we're just getting up for Janmastami or we're getting up every morning, same reason. Gratitude. We're here out of gratitude. Gratitude is the foundation for the beginning stage of devotional service. We're here to show our appreciation to Krishna for what He's given us. And depending on who we are and where we stand in the evolution of our consciousness, we appreciate Krishna for different things. Everything that we have, everything that we are, everything is been given to us by Krishna. Lord Brahma is the most intelligent living being in the universe, and of all the forms and all of the expansions and all the energy this form of Krishna is unlimitedly more special than all the others. Therefore we're here all together. And therefore, all over the universe, and whenever Krishna appears, all the greatest personalities of the universe, they come to get his sangha, to get his association. And sometimes, those of us in the material world, we become intoxicated by the gifts that we've been given by Krishna, and we lose our gratitude, and we then find it difficult to, is this warm? Oh, very good. Thank you so much. Cheers. So when we become intoxicated by the material energy, it's difficult for us to appreciate the form of Krishna as it is. The cowherd boy, Lord Brahma, he became proud, so he thought, who is this Krishna? Little cowherd boy, claiming to be the personality of Godhead. Brahma is accustomed to worshiping Krishna in the form of Vishnu and in all opulence and regalia and awe and reverence, because he's the controller of the universe. So he thought, let me teach this little boy a lesson. Krishna's form is like a in this pastime, like a little boy, little cowherd boy, playing with his cows and calves and friends. So Brahma came and stole Krishna's cows and calves and friends in order to teach him a lesson, this upstart Krishna. This is our problem. When we're proud, we can't love Krishna. We need to see the opulences before we can bow down. So Krishna thought, okay, we're up to this. We'll push back here. So he expanded himself into all of the forms of the calves, and cowherd boys, and went back into the village with himself expanded. It's all of the forms of the calves and cowherd boys. And he maintained that, all those expansions, for a whole year. And of course there was wonderful results from that. All the mothers and fathers of the calves and cowherd boys, they became unusually affectionate, like more so than they had for their own children. And even they would see the other children who was Krishna, and they would have these overwhelming feelings of affection and love that they couldn't explain. And the day that Brahma took the cows and calves away, Lord Balaram, by coincidence, didn't go out that day. So Krishna is so wonderful that even Lord Balaram couldn't understand at first what was happening. There was this, everything seemed to be changed and everything was different. All the the cows would be on top of Govardhan Hill. They were trying to, herd them, and they saw their calves at the bottom of the hill, and they would just go running, And the cowherd men, they couldn't control them at all. They were completely just helpless. This was going on for a whole year, And Balaram started to think, and the reason he couldn't understand, because he's Krishna too, he's Krishna too. All powerful, all omniscient, everything is just expansion of Krishna, just almost exactly like Krishna, just different color. Other than that, he's Krishna. But he has this relationship with Krishna. So after some time, Balaram thought, Krishna's up to something. Krishna must be up to something. Otherwise, this is, I can't understand it. And if I can't understand it, there's only one other person who can bewilder me like this, and that's Krishna. So therefore, Krishna must be up to something. Yeah. So, sure enough, Krishna was up to something. He was teaching Brahma a lesson. And when Brahma finally came back, of course, for him it was only a moment, but it was a year for the time on the earth. And he came back and he saw the cowherd boys and the calves there, and there was Krishna, who had gone off looking for the calves when Brahma cast the spell, which, by the way, only Krishna could allow that spell to happen. And he was holding some morsel of food in his hand. They were eating. They were having a picnic in the forest at the time. And Krishna didn't want to disturb his friends. So he said, "You stay here and eat. I don't want to disturb your lunch. I'll go and find the calves." And with his hand still with some, rice and yogurt and fruit in it, he went off looking for the calves. And when Brahma came back a year later, there was Krishna, the same rice and yogurt and fruit in his hand, looking at him like a little cowherd boy. This is Krishna. And then, just to make sure that Brahma got the point, all the calves and cowherd boys that were actually his expansions, they transformed into Vishnu forms. All of them. And not only that, but then from the Vishnu forms, they turned into universes. Each form of the cowherd boy turned into a universe. All at once. All of the universes were there in the same place all at once, and Brahma could see them. And at that point, Lord Brahma lost it. His capacity to understand was completely bewildered, and he almost fainted. And then Krishna, by his unlimited mercy, he drew the curtain again, and Lord Brahma could see him in his original form, the source of all the universes, the source of all the Vishnu forms, the source of everything, standing in front of him as a little cowherd boy. See? So, in order to fully appreciate and fully understand Krishna's, why we're actually here. Because maybe some of us are here because of those opulences that he showed Brahma. We need those things in order to be able to bow down. But Brahma, after he saw those things, he bowed down to the little cowherd boy. Because love for Krishna is infinitely more powerful than all the opulences of all the worlds, Vaikuntha included. One particle of dust in Goloka Vrindavan, Braj, one particle of the dust, the Chintamani dust. There's no dust, actually, in Braj, in the spiritual world. But there's stuff that looks like dust. But it's Chintamani. And every particle, each and every particle of that dust is more valuable than the combined opulence of the whole cosmic manifestation and the Vaikuntha planets combined together. And yet, despite being the source of all opulence, and despite his world being the source of all of the worlds, which means it must be, by definition, the most opulent. In Vraj, it doesn't matter. Nobody pays attention to the unlimited opulence that's greater than all the opulence of all the worlds and all the Vaikuntha planets put together. Why? Because they can associate with that little cowherd boy who's the source of all those things. We take for granted everything in this material world. We take for granted everything. You know, Prabbhu said the other day, a pauper can be proud of his penny. We're so stupid in this material world that we can be proud of anything. And according to Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami and Chaitanya Charitamrita, that tendency that to be intoxicated by the opulence weakens to the degree that we are needy, to the degree that we need, to be impressed with Krishna's opulence. To that degree, our ability to taste pure, spontaneous love for that little cowherd boy is weakened. Therefore, Krishna is by far, unlimitedly by far, the most difficult person to understand. And that's why we're here. I was thinking, what? Tell me what to do. Go on?
Yeah, go on speaking. Or you can do whatever you like.
I'm saying better in mind.
Just keep the vibration going. There's no rule.
No rule? Okay. I was thinking,
Besides that.
keep the vibration going. That's the rule.
Yeah.
I was thinking, it would be kind of nice for us to have something, to hear something together that could help us to visualize, Vrindavan, Goloka Vrindavan, and, to assist us in our meditation on how nice it is there. So, I've got to keep the vibration going here. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Bear with me just for a minute. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. We're going to do the whole thing here. He's going to be gone for 5 hours now. Oh no. Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. As devotees, we must always seek the blessings of senior Vaishnavas before setting out on parikrama. I'm going to take you on parikrama of Nandagram, where Krishna lives. This rule holds true as much for pilgrims advanced in devotion as it does for beginners. Janmastami took permission from Raghunath Das Goswami before visiting the holy places of Braj. Following her example, I bowed to the elder residents of Krishna Valley before continuing my parikrama. This is Shimaram Maharaj taking you on parikrama of Nandagram. As I approached Nandagram, I prayed to Srila Prabhupada, to Srila Sanatana Goswami, to Nandeshwar Mahadev, to the king and queen of Nandagram, and to the Gopas and Gopis who reside there. May the son of Nanda Maharaj, whose divine blackish form is the embodiment of beauty, and who is the beloved of a certain milkmaid, who daily walks from afar to cook for him, be pleased with me. You see, Krishna's form is the source of all opulence, but it's also the form of all sweetness. It is the sweetest thing. And that's what we're all hankering for. We're looking for the sweetest thing. That's why we always, wait at the end when we're eating last thing, this last sweet, and if it's really good sweet, we'll eat it just a little bit at a time. And we'll eat a little bit more to try to make it last as long as possible. Yeah. Because the sweetest thing covers the opulence. It's higher, it's more satisfying. So the divine blackish form of Krishna is the embodiment of beauty and sweetness. Therefore, our soul, the soul, is hankering for this.
Danny's asking what you're reading from.
That's what you're asking?
I didn't catch what you were reading from exactly.
I'm reading from Nava Braja Mahima. I didn't say what I was reading from. That's my fault. My bad. I'm reading from Nava Braja Mahima, Volume 1, the chapter on Nandagram. The ladies of Mathura glorified Nandagram with these words: "Dear friend, just imagine how fortunate is the land of Vrindavan, where the Supreme Personality of Godhead Himself is present. Always decorated with flower garlands and engaged in tending cows along with his brother, Lord Balaram. He is always accompanied by his cowherd boyfriends, and he plays his transcendental flute. The residents of Vrindavan are fortunate to be able to constantly see the lotus feet of Krishna and Balaram, which are worshipped by great demigods like Lord Shiva and by the goddesses of fortune. Let us meditate upon Krishna's eternal mother and father. For if we do, the rays of their loving attachment will illumine our hearts, wipe clean all the nasty things, and create complete auspiciousness. King Devamida was a heroic king of the Vrishni dynasty who had two wives, a Kshatriya and a Vaishya, each of whom gave birth to a son, Sura and Parjanya, respectively. Both were pure devotees of the Lord. Sura begot Vasudeva, whose wife was Devaki. Parjanya begot Nanda, whose wife was Yashoda. Since the Supreme Lord was the son of both couples, they are eternally intertwined as friends and family. So we're so attached to our friends and we're so attached to our families. But actually, this is our friends and families. These are our friends and families because we can have them forever. We don't have to lose them. Therefore, this morning during Mangalartik, I was just relishing the fact that all of these friends and family members were coming together in front of Krishna, all together and chanting their hearts out and actually tasting what it means to be family members of Krishna. And even though typically we have tendency to be attached to our own family members and the others are kind of like, but when we're all together, I was watching the kids, back and forth and the parents back and forth and, Gita Priya's there, her father went where? To India? And so she's like, and somebody's like holding her and somebody's letting her sleep on her lap and all these things. This is Vraj. This is Vraj, where all the family members feel themselves to be family members of Krishna. So when we hear about our original family members, it helps to awaken our love for Krishna and the sweetness that is exuding from Krishna, which is actually what we're looking for, and so why we're here. As the third son of Parjanya, Nanda was subordinate to his older brother, Upananda. But the cowherds of Braj unanimously accepted Nanda as their king due to his sterling qualities. So it's like here, you have the king, president, he's voted in. So here also, he's kind of voted in, but not, as a power broker, by power brokers, but because he was really sweet and exalted, and his qualities were so transcendental that everyone accepted him. This is called self-effulgent. Nanda Maharaja's greatness was in his devotion to Lord Narayan. Learned in scriptures and a strict follower of religious principles, he commanded the respect of all his subjects. So this is important because it means that even in Goloka Vrindavan, where spontaneity rules, in the social organization, all the Vedic principles are followed. And Nanda Maharaj worships Narayan, and when Krishna, he needs help to raise Krishna, he prays to Narayan to protect him or to help him, take care of his boy. But Krishna is the source of Narayan. Krishna is the source of Narayan. It is said that one can know a man by the company he keeps. What was that thing you quoted? You quoted,
Show me your friends, I'll show you your future.
show me your friends and I'll show you your future. Nandaraj's friends and relatives were wise, learned, devoted to the Lord, and submissive to Dharma, the Brahmanas, and their gurus. Now we're going to hear intimate details about our ultimate family members. Nanda Maharaj is tall in stature. He has a protuberant belly. Doesn't have to go down to the Victanis he's okay. A kindly face, a complexion the color of sandalwood, and a black and white beard that resembles a mix of rice and toasted sesame seeds. This is for your meditation, for your visualization. He wears ornaments befitting royalty, always sporting a priceless diadem on the front of his colorful turban, sometimes dressing in red, at other times green. He is guardian to countless Sarbi cows. Handsome, magnanimous, and broad-minded, Nanda presides over his cows, subjects, and holdings like a fair, soothing moon. With the splendor, Deva, of great wealth, Vasud, he is also called Vasudev. Another intimate friend of Nanda Maharaj is King Vrishabhanu, husband of Kirtida, the goddess of fame, and father of the empress that rules over all goddesses of fortune. Shrimati Radharani. Haribol. Radhe. Like Emperor Yudhishthir, Maharaj Nanda was an eager patron of the arts. He handsomely rewarded the poets, singers, musicians, and dancers who came to entertain his sons, household, and subjects. The source of everything is in Braj, the source of everything. As father to the husband of the goddess of fortune, Nanda had untold wealth. His treasury was always full. He lived in opulence with the most beautiful wife and was the master of countless cows and bulls. So here we are, guys. We're trying to have, family and get a palace and children and most beautiful wife and this and that. But it's all there. The forms here are just like, boring compared to the forms there. Nanda had untold, his treasure was always full. When the spiritual world comes to the material world, and Krishna comes with all its entourage, and the pastime of lifting Govardhan Hill happens, there's Anukut, Anukut. And in Anukut, they get the stalks of grains and fruits and vegetables and whatever they have, and they prepare all these preparations. And Nanda Maharaj, he kept bringing more and more and more and more, and when you went to look at his stocks, they were still full. No economic problems, no bank accounts, no credit ratings, credit cards, no anxieties. That's why we're here. Because we really want to go there. Rivers, lakes, desire trees, a little more, even better than these ones. And hills like Govardhan blessed Maharaj Nanda's transcendental kingdom with abundance, nourished his Surabhi cows, and fulfilled his desires and the desires of his subjects. Nanda Maharaj's sons blossomed with all good qualities. At an auspicious time and with appropriate rituals, he appointed Krishna as Braja's prince and heir apparent, and Balaram as the prime minister. Nandaraj attained unrivaled happiness, for the Supreme Lord himself, a youth of peerless beauty, who was always full of love, and who played flute melodies that mystified Nanda's kingdom, was his son. So this is why we're here. Because Krishna can be everything to everyone. Whatever we want, whatever we enjoy the most, whichever type of relationship we enjoy the most, Krishna will be that for us. He's playing with the full deck. Huh? He can satisfy everyone completely, unlimitedly, with everything. Therefore we're here. To try to become qualified to really understand this and give ourselves to Krishna. To awaken our desire, the strength of our desire, to increase the aspiration and the strength of our desire, to the faith, the pure faith that allows us to hear these things and awaken our taste for transcendence. Let us meditate upon Nanda Maharaj by repeating a great poet's delightful assertion. Shrutim apare smritim itare bharatam anyi bhajantu bhavabhita. Aham iha nandam vande yasyalinde param brahma. Those who are afraid of material existence worship the Vedic literature. Some worship Smriti, the corollaries of the Vedic literature, and others worship the Mahabharata. As far as I'm concerned, I worship Krishna's father, Maharaj Nanda, in whose courtyard the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Absolute Truth, Param Brahma, is playing. Now, how sweet it is when we see sometimes the kids playing. You know, we're all in anxiety about this. What do we do? And we see the kids playing. Oh, we get a little relief, you know. Imagine Krishna playing in your view, in your vision. You could see Krishna playing. Nanda Maharaj accepted the Gopa, Sumuki's daughter, Yashoda, as his wife. Yashoda captivated her in-laws with their countless virtues, foremost of which was her devotion to Lord Narayan. The marriage of Nanda and Yashoda filled Gokul with inexplicable joy. Relatives and strangers alike could not help but constantly think and speak of Yashoda's flawless behavior and radiant beauty. There's one lecture where Prabhupada makes this really funny comment. He said, we're all intoxicated by the form of the woman. Female human form is the most beautiful form in all the universe. All the attractive features, of all the other forms in one place. That's the human female. But the human female form has source in Yashoda and Radharani. And therefore Prabhupada laughed and he said, the forms here of the female, don't mind, please don't take offense, anybody. He said, but compared to the forms in the spiritual world, they all look like frogs. As beautiful as you think your wife is, as beautiful as I think your daughters are, compared to Yashoda and Radharani and the gopis and Vraj, they're like frogs. Better go there. Get the real thing. Because Krishna spent time in Yashoda Devi's womb, her beauty so resembles his that pure devotees feel the same delight at seeing her auspicious form and describing her glories as they do his. Mother Yashoda is transcendental maternal love personified. A desire tree that blessed the people of Braj, and through them the entire world, with the blazing sapphire of Krishna, the Supreme Person. She fulfilled the import of her name by bestowing Da, universal fame, Yashaha, upon the Brajbasis. And by dint of her pure love for Vasudev's wife, she also became known as Devaki. Sometimes they call her Devaki. Hey, I was watching, Gita Priya being mothered by one of the other ladies because, mother's on the altar, father's in India. She's like, but there was maternal love, and she was so happy. So imagine what it would be like to be mothered by Mother Yashoda. When Mother Yashoda serves Krishna, she does everything herself, by the way. She has unlimited servants, but she does everything for Krishna personally. Cooks, cleans, takes care, arranges for the best of everything. We'll hear about that now. Mother Yashoda is of medium height, neither short nor tall. Her hair is silky, long and black, her complexion dark, and her garments like a rainbow. I think we can please Krishna most by describing Mother Yashoda here on Janmastami. Amongst her close friends are Kirtida, Devaki, and Rohini. Mother Yashoda has thousands of servants, but she personally attends to every detail of Krishna's care, ensuring that he always has the best of everything, never feels any discomfort, and is never in want. From early morning till late night, Yashoda oversees the cultivation of special gardens, the cooking of special meals, the milking of special cows, the sewing of special clothes, the crafting of special ornaments. In short, because Krishna is Yashoda Devi's life and soul, because he is dearer to her than millions of her own lives, she offers to him only those things unique, perfect, and to his taste. This is pure devotional service. Not that we make something, unique and this and that, but to my taste, the way I like it, and then think it's Krishna. No, to his taste. To his taste. And he, the master of countless universes and demigods, is most satisfied by lying in her lap, drinking the liquid nectar of her loving affection for him, her celestial breast milk. Mother Yashoda's exalted status attracts the goddess of fortune, who, unseen to Yashoda, bows down to her lotus feet, offering her respectful obeisances and heartfelt words of praise. Let us meditate on this embodiment of motherly affection by reciting Sri Rupa's prayer, Ankaka Pankajana Navyaganabham Vichitta Ruchi Sichayam Virachita Jagat Pramudam Muhur Yashodam Namayami. I offer my respectful obeisances to the delight of the world, Mother Yashoda, of fresh rain cloud complexion, clothed in wonderfully beautiful garments, and holding lotus-naveled Krishna on her lap. Mother Yashoda ki jai. Rohini, Balaram's mother, is like Yashoda's shadow, filled with a constantly rising Rohini flood of transcendental bliss. Rohini dearly loves her son, but she loves Krishna 1,000,000 times more. This is Krishna. This is why we're here. Yes.
Microphone.
Maharaj, you mentioned that when we serve Krishna, we always try to serve what we think is right for him. But how do we know what is Krishna's taste is?
By hearing these literatures, by going deeper, by going from the Gita to Bhagavatam to Chaitanya Charitamrita, Chaitanya Charitamrita to the Rasa Shastras, and all of these wonderful literatures that Shiva Maharaj collated, and to paint a more and more complete picture. We can't have a complete picture. Krishna is unlimited. You can't have a complete picture of Krishna. You can't understand him completely. You can't, it's impossible. But according to our capacity, according to our ability, the most we can, we learn what Krishna likes by listening to our spiritual master describe his glories from these literatures. Let us pray to the parents of Krishna and Balaram to bless us with a particle of affection for their transcendental sons, just as a particle of that affection will infinitely enrich our spiritually impoverished lives. Just a particle of that affection will infinitely enrich our spiritually impoverished lives. So this is why we perform austerities, it's why we follow the rules and regulations, it's why we do everything, try to do everything to the best of our capacity to purify our hearts, to purify our senses, so that we can actually hear these things properly and awaken our aspiration and eventually our love for Krishna. And our love, Krishna is never alone, you see. This is one of the reasons why I chose to read this. We should realize Krishna is never alone. It's not just about me and Krishna. Krishna is never alone, never, ever, ever. He's always surrounded by his loving devotees. Even when Srimati Radharani and him are in the forest alone, the forest is there. And all those trees are fully conscious, pure devotees. And this taste, this mellow that emanates from Radha and Krishna when they're together, this sweetness, madhurya, ras, it goes out and it splashes onto everybody, everyone, all the forms. Therefore, Vrindavan is called madhurya. You know, it doesn't make any difference what rasa you're in. You get some taste of the madhurya, the sweetness of Radha and Krishna's relationship, adi rasa, the original relationship from which all other relationships are getting their tastes. That's why we're here. To get a little taste. Having touched the shore of the unlimited ocean of the ambrosial attributes of Braja's king and queen, let us now sample a drop of Nandagram's unlimited secrets. Secrets inaccessible even to mystics and sages. You ready? Yes. You sure? Yes. I don't know. I'm not very convinced. Yes. Oh, all right. The lotus of Krishna's adolescent pastimes, Kishora Lila, spreads its 1,000 petals across Braj. At the magnificent palace of Nanda Maharaj atop Nandishwara hill, the whorl of that lotus is fixed. The opulent and expansive realm of Vaikuntha is nestled within one garden of Nanda's kingdom. Shall I say that again? The opulent and expansive realm of Vaikuntha, that means all of Vaikuntha, all the Vaikuntha planets, each one of which is so big we can't imagine, is nestled within one garden of Nanda's kingdom. It is any wonder then that the greatest of Brahma's creations can rest on the edge of Nanda Raja's footstool? The kingdom of Nandagram is far distant from the abodes of those devotees attached to regulated service to Lord Narayan. But it is sure home to those situated in spontaneous love for Braja's prince. So just see how hard Braj is to understand. We've just heard how the qualities of Nanda and Yashoda, they're worshipped by everyone because of their devotion to Narayan. And yet, here we have the kingdom of Nandagram is far distant from the abodes of those devotees attached to regulated service of Lord Narayan. They're worshiping Lord Narayan, and everybody's looking at them and, you know, respecting them so much because of their qualities of worshiping Lord Narayan. And yet, Nandagram is so far above Vaikuntha and Narayan that we can't even speak of it. This spontaneous love for Krishna transcends all of those things, even though they're there. Do you see? Everything's there. The regulars, the rule, the regulations, all those things are there. But this love is so powerful and sweet. Not powerful, it's so sweet. It's so attractive. It just covers it. How to think about this, how to understand this. Just like, you know, your son and daughter may achieve some exalted post or some big, opulent position or situation. But the mother will always see the person as her baby. She may become the president of some country or something, but the mother will always see as the baby. It's the same thing. We can get a little glimpse of it by understanding these things that we see even in this world. So the spontaneous love for Krishna in all the residents of Braj covers all these other things that are going on. The society is going on. The same things that we do here is going on there. But it's so wonderful because, first of all, the forms don't deteriorate over time. That's the most wonderful thing. But, aside from that, this love for Krishna is so sweet and so endearing, and so it just makes everything more and more and more attractive and more and more and more satisfying at every moment, forever. And we're wondering whether we want to go there? The desire to perfect spontaneous devotion is nourished by remembering the Brajbasis. That's how. This is how. And by meditating upon Nandagram as it is described by our acharyas, who are steeped in the ways of Braj. The forests of Nanda Maharaja's kingdom are filled with deer, peacocks, and other animals and birds that live together in harmony as part of the greater family of their magnanimous king. The rivers, streams, and lakes are opulent with dancing waves that toss vibrant lotuses and lilies here and there, just as Krishna and his friends throw balls while playing upon their shores. Of the many physical features of Nanda's kingdom, Govardhan Hill stands supreme. Haribo! Bogiriraj! It increases Vardhana, the pleasure of the cows, go, and in turn, the opulence of the cowherd men. Not only does Govardhan Hill serve the cows with its fresh grass, pure water, and medicinal herbs, but it also fulfills the needs of the Brajbasis with its fruits, flowers, and precious jewels. Other pasturing grounds, like a bright jade necklace, surround the forest green neck of Nandishwar Hill. Visible from Maharaj Vishabhanu's palace and standing proudly against the turquoise sky. So Radharani can, from the top of Bharshana, can look and see Krishna's hill. And they sometimes look. Nanda Maharaja's capital, with its wealth of palaces, houses, barns, and gates, rests atop sacred Nandishwar Hill, which is a form of Lord Shiva, descended to earth in order to relish Krishna's pastimes of youth. Enough of these gated communities. Enough of having a goal to get into a gated community and become prisoners of the security guards. Let's go to Nandagram. Haribo. Hari Hari. Long ago, Lord Shiva desired to be present when Sri Krishna displayed his pastimes on earth. The Lord of Kailas then performed long, arduous penances, his mind fixed firmly on that goal. Pleased, Krishna appeared before his dear devotee and inquired about the purpose of his austerities. That foremost of demigods requested that he be allowed to appear as a mountain in Bhoma Vrindavan. Krishna asked why he wanted to be a mountain. Lord Shiva replied, "You will appear in Braj along with your eternal associates. I desire to have the dust of the gopis' feet on my body." Pleased with Lord Shiva's reply, Krishna blessed the master of Nandi to appear in Braj as the mountain upon which Nanda Maharaj would build his capital and the gopis would constantly walk. A tall, fortified wall encloses the entire city of Nandagram. Forget the gates, the walls in the gated communities. A wide spring-fed moat encircles the full length of the base of that wall, the top of which is covered with lush, flowering gardens. The top of the wall. Grand gates with gold frames and jewel-studded doors give access to the city through its fortification, protected by well-armed soldiers wearing gold helmets and ornaments set with gems. None of these SWAT teams with, like plastic things over and, black and, horrible things coming out of them. This is the security. Golden helmets, ornaments set with jewels. Within the walls are green pastures that completely surround the base of Nandishwar Hill and shelter the cows' gorgeous residences, too numerous to count, and made from gems too valuable to assess. These are the barns. The barns in Nandagram are more opulent than the palaces of King Indra in the heavenly planets. On the other side of the cow barns is a smaller wall that keeps the cows out of the city. Beyond that lie gardens, wells, lakes, markets, lanes, and crossings, all as charming as their counterparts in heaven. Thriving vegetable patches, fruit orchards, and flower garlands offered their yields to the residents of Nandagram for food, articles of worship, and decorations for homes, streets, and gateways. Baladev Vidyabhushan says that high stone aqueducts efficiently deliver water to every house and garden throughout the city of Nandagram via a complex system of bamboo pipes. No rust. The opulence and beauty of the cowherds' homes defy imagination. Their standard of living excels that of demigods. For the cowherd men give equal worship to the cows, brahmanas, and the Supreme Lord. Nanda Maharaja's subjects live in houses made of valuable stones, like gold and lapis, set with diamonds and precious gems. Their doorways and roofs decorated with festoons, garlands, and colorful flags. Where's that place everyone goes to do the book distribution? That famous place? No, here. Huh? No. Huh? No. It's a community, like a gated community that's real wealthy, and they go there. Huh? Evergreen. Evergreen. Anyway, evergreen. This one, evergreen. Every orange. Every whatever. Nanda Maharaja's subjects live in houses made of valuable stones, like gold and lapis. The houses are made of gold and lapis. They're set with diamonds and precious gems. Their doorways and roofs decorated with festoons, garlands, and colorful flags. Deities of Lord Narayan are constantly being worshipped in every home. The sacred mantras and hymns to the Lord's incarnations that the Brahmanas utter give life to Nandagram's festive atmosphere. At the summit of Nandishwar Hill is Nanda Maharaja's own palace, boasting massive but elegant pillars, walls, windows, and roofs made from inlaid lapis, coral, and emerald, and handsome with many flags. On all four sides of Nanda Maharaja's palace stand the palaces of his loyal brothers. Okay, you got family, you want to house the family, here you go. A quadrangular wall decorated with gems, banners, and flags surrounds the entire royal compound. Outside the northern gate, a raised platform surrounds a coral tree, mandara. There, the 6 seasons, spring, summer, monsoon, autumn, fall, and winter, reside eternally and concurrently. And inside the palace, you can go from one season to another by going from one room to another. I mean, Bill Gates, he's trying to build this thing where you go into the room and it changes color or something to suit your mood, right? But this is the real thing. This is what he wants. This is what everybody wants. Go to a place where, you can have summer or a monsoon or spring or fall, wherever you want, all at the same place at the same time. Inside the northern gate, an effulgent lake filled with the nectar of love for Krishna and scented with the pollen of fully blooming lotuses resounds with the calls of waterfowl and the splashing of playful fish. Nandagram is the eternal home of the cosmic mastermind, that's Krishna, whose smallest creation, the atom, baffles scientists. One can just imagine how difficult it is to grasp the structure of Nanda Maharaja's palace. The palace is so expertly constructed that it puts Vishwakarma's best works to shame. Although an edifice, Nanda Maharaja's home is itself beyond the touch of the illusory energy. At the center of the palace is a courtyard with countless columns, each of different precious stones such as ruby, sapphire, and coral, and corniced with gold in different colors. Shall I say that again? It's corniced with gold in different colors, like yellow, green, or red. The gold is tinged with different colors. And also in another place it's described that it's fragrant. The gold is fragrant and tinged with different colors. In the center of the courtyard sits a stage that spontaneously attracts the mind and senses. Its sides and awning decorated with beautiful silk draperies, strands of pearls, and flower garlands. Now, if you'd be really good today, sometime today, I'll read to you the description of the Yoga Pit, where Krishna and Radha and Krishna sit. Facing the stage, on the south wall of the courtyard, appearing like the resting place of the goddess of diversions, is a slightly raised platform beneath a domed silk arch that shimmers in the breeze. In the evenings, Krishna and Balaram sit upon that platform with their parents and close friends, enjoying the performances of assorted dancers, artists, bards, and trained animals. Like a circus. This is the source of circus. Everything is the source of everything. But you get it there with the highest quality, the highest perfection. It is said that only the residents of Nanda's palace can navigate its 50 enclosures and surrounding living quarters. Amongst the many rooms is Rohini Devi's kitchen. Are you listening out there in the kitchen? To the south of the main courtyard. West of the kitchen, through a large silver door, brilliant with the effulgence of moonstones, is the all-opulent chamber of Baladev. Its most prominent feature is a golden bed covered by blue draperies. North of that, with solid gold doors, windows in every wall, a silk canopy bedded at center, and clay pots, chamaras, and ribbon festoons to make it more auspicious, is Krishna's bedroom. The living quarters and bed chambers of Nanda Raja's immediate family can be found in all directions. So can service areas, temple rooms, and the halls in which the king holds court and gives counsel. No need for psychiatrists and Hare Krishna. The public has access to these halls, so they are set off from the other lodgings with large gates made of gold and jewels, gates beside which royal guards stand watch throughout the day and night. This great palace of the king abounds with gardens and forests containing every kind of plant found on earth, heaven, and Vaikuntha, as well as wish-fulfilling trees and creepers from Goloka. Singing birds and humming bees fly through courtyards furnished with cooling fountains, comfortable seats, and golden platforms stocked with drinks, snacks, and containers filled with pan. They're trying. They're trying. They'll never get there, though. All 6 seasons exert their most favorable influences within the palace. That's what I was saying before. So flowers bloom year-round, attracting intoxicated bumblebees whose pleasant buzzing permeates the atmosphere. In the gardens that surround the palace walls are ponds and streams filled with Nandishwar's blissful tears. Drinking this water, or even hearing about it, brings tears to the eyes and trembling to the body. Fortunate souls who relish these symptoms quickly become completely pure at heart and blessed with the spiritual vision of the city of Nandagram in all its divine splendor. In other words, we can actually see it if you want, but you have to want to really bad. Really bad. Krishna spent his childhood in Gokul, his boyhood in Vrindavan, and his adolescence in Nandagram. Thereafter, according to historical records, at age 11, he went to Mathura to kill Kamsa. But scriptures give us another perspective. Krishna remains in Nandagram eternally and eternally adolescent, busy perfecting his amorous pastimes with Srimati Radharani and the gopis. Krishna never leaves Nandagram. Krishnonyo yadu sambhuto yak purnak sostitak pada Vrindavanam parityaja sakwachin naiva gacchati. The Krishna known as Yadu Kumar is Vasudeva Krishna. He is a different form of Krishna than that of Nanda Maharaj. Yadu Kumar manifests his pastimes in the opulent cities of Dwarka and Mathura, but Krishna never leaves Vrindavan. With his eternal youthful pastimes like the nocturnal autumn rasa dance, with the jewel-like milkmaids, the son of Nanda Maharaj dispels the misfortune of the world and gives Cupid reason to live. Krishna's transcendental pastimes with the gopis are poles apart from the so-called loving affairs of this world. Faithful devotees determined to banish lust from their hearts would do well to hear such pastimes. Although Krishna's dalliances with the gopis are the pinnacle of his pastimes, pure devotees equally relish his loving exchanges with his parents, friends, and servants, and his clashes with the demons. Here we have the distinction between the sahaja and the actual pure devotee. The sahajas, they just want to hear about Krishna and the gopis, and they don't want to hear about anything else. But the pure devotees, they want to hear everything about Krishna. By day, Krishna leaves Nandagram with Balaram, friends, and cows to roam the transcendental playground of Vrindavan. By night, he goes out to meet Radha and the gopis by the Jamuna's romantic shores. At other times of the day, he pleases his elders in the palace halls, enchants his parents in their private chambers, and satisfies the cows in palatial barns. In other words, in short, he is the form of all loving mellows. With a piece of straw between my teeth, I offer respectful obeisances to eternal Nandagram, to its reigning monarch, Nanda Maharaj, to the prince of its groves, Sri Krishna, and to Nandishwar Mahadev. Shri Nandagram ki jai. Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. Shri Krishna Janmastami ki jai. Hari Krishna. Hari Krishna. Yeah.
Maharaj, is this the Rasa Shastra? Is this a Rasa Shastra you were speaking? Is the Bhagavad Gita Srimad Bhagavad Chaitanya Charitamrita?
Yeah, this is Rasa Shastra.
So this is...
It's a compilation from Puranas, Upanishads, Rasa Shastras, Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and every other scripture you can imagine of.
Is this from one of the six Goswamis?
Can you use the microphone?
This is Shivaram Maharaj's epic work, Navabraja Mahima.
The question was, is this Rasa Shastra? Maharaj just gave the answer.
Yes. Yeah. See, there's in the Brihat Bhagavatamrita, it's described that Sanatana Goswami describes in one purport that all these things are found all through the Vedas, but the proportion of things that are about other things is so great, you have to really know what you're doing to find them. And in Kali Yuga, we don't have that capacity. So therefore we take Nana Shastra Vichara Nakanipano, Sad Dharma Sangstapa. The six Goswamis of Vrindavan, they spent their time mining the Vedas to find the gems which describe the pastimes and associates and all these things. So this Navabraja Mahima is it's like a tapestry woven from all those things. And by the way, there's endnotes and appendices to explain where everything came from.
So this is Shivaram Maharaj's book, is it? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will put out an opinion, don't mind, that 100 years from now this will be accepted by all Vaishnavas as a classic. So
One more microphone.
the debate will end whether or not there are acharyas in our movement.
So Maharaj, it's so nice to hear, but still we don't develop the desire to go there mainly because we think that we are not the center. Because
So give
we
it
are
up.
in the material world.
Give it up.
But that's so very difficult, Maharaj.
Give it
because
up.
How do we do that?
Just give it up. You know, here's something. By associating, you get taste, and as your taste increases, the taste for the other things will automatically go down, and you will throw it out.
Even the desire for being the...
You'll stay, listen, there, Vaikuntha, there, all the rules and regulations are being followed. They have everything. They're worshipping Narayan, they've got the relationships with their family members, all these things are going on. You're thinking, oh, I can't have that and have all these other things. No, it's just the opposite. Just keep adding Krishna, adding Krishna, adding Krishna, adding Krishna, adding Krishna, to the point where you're absorbed. And then even when you're in your, doing all your, this is Bhakti Yoga. This is what Bhakti Yoga means. Bhakti Yoga doesn't mean that you have to sit in a certain way and, you know, in a certain posture and be in a certain place in order to be in samadhi. Bhakti Yoga means you can be in samadhi anywhere, even at your job, even in your family, but it requires absorption. Yes, it's difficult. Why not? Why shouldn't it be difficult? Do you know of anything? Do you know of anything in the world that is of value, of real value, that it's not difficult to achieve? Huh? So why shouldn't the topmost thing be a little difficult? But this is the problem is we shouldn't be thinking it's difficult. We have to change our consciousness. Krishna will provide you with everything. He is providing us with everything. It's already there. Everything's already there. It's just our consciousness. We're not seeing it. Just go on hearing, go on chanting, go on hearing, go on chanting. Make that the foundation of your life. And continue to do all the other things you have to do. But make that the foundation of your life. I was just reading where Prabhupada was saying, it's in that chapter. There's a quote where Prabhupada said, maybe he can say it. There was a quote where Prabhupada said, even if you don't achieve it, even if you're just thinking, I want it, when will I, when will I, when will I? He said, that's none different than it. And then at the end of life, Krishna will take you. Even if you didn't think that you got there. Just to cultivate the intense desire and think, when will I get there? When will I be able to? When will I be able to? That is the same as being there. But we can't see it because of all these things you're talking about that are in the heart. But Krishna, he's not like us. Krishna's not like us. He doesn't see those things. He sees the devotion. He sees the service. He's taking account of that. And the other is insignificant.
I had a similar question, Maharaj. I think you answered most of the points. This is about the spontaneous love or devotion. You talked about how the gopis exhibit. Like as a devotee, we know that is the benchmark, right? I mean, getting to that spontaneous love.
A lot of data points and benchmarks in this community. We're in Silicon Valley. We've got a lot of data points and benchmarks.
But at the same time, right, we are also like, apprehensive or like, afraid. We might not, reach that.
Fear is imagination. Fear is imagination. fear personified is afraid of Krishna. So therefore, if you stay with Krishna, fear will not touch you. Because fear personified cannot be with Krishna. He's afraid of Krishna. Wherever there's Krishna, fear personified runs away.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Yes.
Maharaj, you were
And
mentioning...
all you have to do is chant Hare Krishna. Sorry.
You are mentioning about the complexion of Jashoda Maya as dark, but we always see that her complexion is fair in the pictures, paintings.
Like Krishna. Her complexion is like, it's described like to be like Krishna's complexion.
And another thing, you were comparing the glories of Nandagram, like the garden of Nanda Maharaj is more opulent than all Vaikunthas together. Like how you can imagine or how you can interpret that in our vision or our perspective?
It doesn't need interpretation. All of the gardens of Vaikuntha are contained within one corner of the garden of Nandagram's garden.
Maharaj, about Lord Brahma, I think it says that Krishna appears as himself, Swayam Rupa, every day of Lord Brahma. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So, if you can answer this. So this was one day. This whole pastime that we know of Krishna with the cows and the calves, stealing them, this happened on one particular day of Lord Brahma. So what happened on all the other days? Are there other pastimes that we're not aware of, or?
It wasn't, it happened in an instant of Brahma. That happened in an instant of Brahma. And as soon as it stops, it starts in another universe. So it's going on all the time. But in terms of in one universe, it's an instant of Brahma, which is a year of time on earth.
Just also, this question about just reminded me when we were reading the Tattva Sandarbha, Jiva Goswami mentions, quotes from the Puranas about how Bhagavatam that we have here has 18,000 verses. He said, but there are other Bhagavatams that have millions of verses. But Krishna, out of his causeless mercy, he exhibits some of the pastimes here in this world so that we can see them.
Thank you.
You just reminded me of Gopi Parandana, the way you answered it. So matter of fact and sweet, and that little lilt at the end of your voice. Reminded me of Gopi.
I just wanted to ask a further question on Lord Brahma, and that is
You got this.
so when Mother Bhumi came to, okay, Maharaj, you can hear in the bathroom too. When Mother Bhumi, the earth planet came as a cow to Lord Brahma because of the demons and the presence of the demons on earth. She came crying to Lord Brahma, and it says Lord Brahma went to the milk ocean, and then it says that he could not see Krishna himself. He meditated, and from this meditation, he heard Krishna's will and that he would come to earth and like this. So then in this pastime of with the cows and calves, he was able to see Krishna as Krishna, not just through meditation, but actually was able to see Krishna. So Lord Brahma is the head of our sampradaya. So I'm trying to understand, is there some point where Lord Brahma actually became more Krishna conscious, so to speak?
Yeah, in this chapter. And that's very, very important, this chapter 14 in the 10th canto, which reveals Krishna's actual situation and Brahma's seeing him like that. Maharaj just recounted how Krishna exhibited all his opulence and showed how he was the origin of everything. His two-armed cowherd boy form. Where's Priya Kishore?
Don't know.
I just called for Priya Kishore if she doesn't come back. Shuddha Bhakata.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, Danvat Pranam.
Go ahead, Pratibha.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, I just wanted to let everybody know that I just put the picture of the altar with beautiful decoration in my Facebook, and Giraj Maharaj saw it and he was like, oh, I miss being there at ISV with everybody, and I replied that Kesava Maharaj spoke such a great narration, delectably uttering every word slowly, that it just blossomed something in everybody's heart.
She was just appreciating you.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. Actually, you can thank Shivaram Maharaj for that. Anyway, we edited the English, so Hare Krishna. Something. We contributed something.
Okay.
Let's say the English first. Shuddha Bhakata Charam. The dust from the lotus feet of pure devotees gives rise to devotional service. And service to the devotees is itself the supreme perfection and the root of the tender creeper of divine love. With great care I observe holy days like ISKCON and Janmastami, for they are the mother of devotion. And with the greatest reverence and love, I choose as my dwelling place the transcendental abode of Sri Krishna. In the company of loving devotees, I will visit all those places where my Lord Gaurasundar traveled and performed his pastimes. My mind always begs to hear the music of the Mridanga, and my heart dances in ecstasy whenever I hear the kind of Kirtan established by Lord Gaurachandra. I feel supreme bliss when I behold the deity forms of the divine couple, Shri Radha and Krishna, and I conquer all worldly illusions by honoring the Lord's prasadam. Every day Goloka Vrindavan appears in my home when I see Lord Hari being worshipped there. My joy knows no bounds when I see the Ganges, a river of nectar emanating from the Lord's lotus feet. The sight of the tulsi plant soothes my soul, for I know she gives great pleasure to Lord Krishna. I feel that my life has been fulfilled when I honor shak, a green leafy vegetable preparation that is a favorite of Lord Chaitanya. Whatever Bhaktivinoda obtains that furthers devotional service to Sri Krishna, he accepts every day with the greatest joy. Shuddha Bhakata Charana Renu Bhajananu Kula. Shuddha Bhakata Charana Renu Bhajananu Kula. Shuddha Bhakata Charana Renu Bhajananu Kula.
Shuddha Bhakata Charana Renu Bhajana Anukula.
Bhakata Seva Parama Siddhi Premalati Karamula.
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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Madhavati Bhakti Janani Chatane Palana Kori. Krishna Basati Basati Bole Paramarare Bhore.
Krishna Basati Basati Bole Parama Adare Bore.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gaurama Jeshabastane Korolo Brahmanarange Sabastane Korola Brahmanarange Sheshabastana Heriboami Prayani Bhakata Shange Nasana Heriboami Prayani Bhakata Shange Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Everyone, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Mridanga Badya Shunete Mana Abashara Sada Jache. Mridanga Badya Shunete Mana Asmasara Jache. Gaurvihita Kirtana Shuni Anande Hridoya Nache. Gaurvihita Kirtana Shuni Anande Hridoya Nache. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Jugalamurti Takiya Moda Paramananda Hoya. Takiya Moda Paramananda Hoya. Prasada Seva Korite Hoya Sakala Prapancha Joya. Prasada Seva Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shishab.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Hari Bo. जय दिन गृहे भजना देखी गृहीते गोलोक भाया
Yugala Murti,
चरण सिद्धू देखिया गंगा सुकना सीम पाया
Siddhu, Dekhiya Ganga, Sugana Singha Paya.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Tulasi dekhi juraya prana madhava toshani jane.
Tulasi Devi, Hridaya Prana, Madhava Pujani Jani.
Gaura priya shakshe bhane jivana sartakamani.
Gaura Priya, Jivana Sattakamani.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Bhakti Vinod Krishna Bhajane Anakula Paya Jaha.
Bhakta Divino Krishna Bhajane Anakula Paya.
Pratidibase Parama Sukhe Svikara Koro Yeta.
Pratidibase Paramasuke Svikara Koro Yeta.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gaur Premanande, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Tai Gaur Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Get ready. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Govinda Jai Jai Gopala Jai Jai Govinda Jai Jai Gopala Jai Jai Hey Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jaya Govinda Jai Jai Gopala Jai Jai Govinda Jai Jai Gopala Jai Jai Govinda Jai Jai Gopala Jai Jai Little more Govinda Jai Jai Gopala Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jaya Govinda Jai Jai Gopala Jai Jai Govinda Jai Jai Gopala Jai Jai Govinda, 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 Govinda. 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 Can't hear ya. Govinda, 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 Govinda. 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 Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Premanande. Pre-Kishori Harmonium. Little more. Kesava Das Goswami, Kartals. Dainidi on backup Madunga. Let's hear for the Hare Krishna singers. For the Hare Krishna dancers in the back. Go Premanande! Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Welcome everyone to ISKCON of Silicon Valley. Otherwise, the syllables ISV are used to designate this community. ISV also stands for individual, spontaneous, and voluntary. Everyone has free will, and they get to, according to economists, spend their lives just like dollar votes. They're called dollar votes. How you spend your life, how you invest your time is what you've decided to vote on. You're voting with your feet, where you go, where you listen, where you pay attention, and so forth. So if all of you have come here today to cast your vote, we're devotees of Krishna. And this is called faith. Shraddha Shabde Bishwas Kahe Sudridanishoy Krishne Bhakti Koila Sarva Karma Krita Hoy. Faith means, according to the Shastra, that you know that if you invest in Krishna, you give your time, your energy, and your love, then everything else is done. You don't have to go anywhere else, be anywhere else, or do any other thing. And one can feel that by coming into a spiritual environment. According to the Shastra, just like when one's starving for food, and then someone gives that person an opulent meal, and he or she eats it, then naturally there's a feeling of satisfaction. The hunger goes away, and one becomes nourished and knows that he or she is strong. So when coming into a bona fide spiritual process, which directly connects one to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and that's what a bona fide spiritual practice is, according to Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, who says, Pratyaksha-vagamam dharmyam, that this process is direct, because all of us are directly connected to Krishna, as Krishna says also in the Bhagavad Gita, Mamaivaamsho jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatana manakshashtan indriyani prakriti-stani karshati. Every one of the living entities in this world that we see before us, moving or non-moving, is connected to Krishna eternally. Sanitya nitya sambandha prakritischa parayavasa. Every living entity has an eternal kinship with the Lord. And Krishna is very, very friendly. And so, by coming back in contact with Krishna, through chanting his names, through seeing his divine form, and this form is divine, this is not a stone. We're not stone worshippers. But we actually worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who's non-different from his deity. Because God can do anything, and he can enter anywhere. He's omnipresent, but when he chooses, he can be personally present within a certain place. Just like the U.S. government, there are many different boxes around this city, but only some of them are U.S. Postal Service boxes. And if you want to mail your letter, you better put the right stamp on it, and you better put it in a postal box, not in any box. Otherwise, it won't go. Can you back me up on that? Ever had experience? So in the same way, Krishna appears in an authorized form, according to the scripture. The Shruti, the Smriti, the Panchratrik Vidhi, and he agrees to be worshipped in this form because just now, with my fleshy eyes, I can't see spirit. I can't even see you. I only see your body. And we know this when someone leaves this world Everyone say he's gone, and someone else may come in and challenge and say he's still right there. His same ears, same eyes, same nose. How you can say he's gone? But everyone knows he's gone. What went away? That's the part we can't see right now. And we similarly can't see the spiritual body of Krishna. So Krishna very kindly appears in this form as the Archa. It's a mercy incarnation that he agrees to be worshipped in a certain form, authorized form. So those of you who have come here to offer yourselves to Krishna, how are you offering yourself? You're giving your attention. That's what you have to give. We don't have anything else. Everything else we think we have is not actually ours. The Shri Upanishad says, Isavasamidam sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bunjita magrita kasisuddhanam. Everything animate or inanimate, and that covers everything, in this world is controlled and owned by the Lord. One should therefore only accept those things which are set aside as his quota. And one should not touch other things, knowing well to whom they belong. And the things that we are given as our quota are only temporary loan to us. If someone has an apartment and they get a 30-day notice that they're being evicted, and then they go down to the Home Depot and they begin buying new carpet, new what else they're going to get?
Fixtures.
New pictures, what else? Furniture.
Drapes.
Drapery. 30-day notice, you're being kicked out. What else can you buy? Appliances. Young man, what is your name? You with the red shirt. Ankit, is that a good idea? Buying all these things, you got 30 days, you're going to be kicked out. And then you're going to buy all new appliances, curtains, carpets, everything else. Is that a good idea or not? Let's ask Ankit. How old are you, Ankit? He'll be our investment specialist to tell us if it's a good idea. He's 11 years old. Ankit, good idea or not? Give him the microphone for his conclusive answer. It's right over here. Right here. Grab that. Give it to Ankit. Ankit, let's have a drum roll, please, for the conclusion. Ankit's going to give us the verdict, whether it's a good investment or not. 30 days to buy all new stuff for your apartment. Give him a little drama, Spence. Clap your hands. Get ready. Here comes the verdict. A little more.
I think it's a bad idea.
It's a bad idea. Haribo! Ankit, you're hired. We're hiring Ankit as a consultant now for $300 an hour to give us good investment advice. He said not a very good investment, so similarly Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Abrahma bhuvana loka punar avartino arjuna. This material world, bad investment. Don't invest here. Just keep what you need, take what you need, and at the same time cultivate spiritual life. Invest in that. So we have our attention to give. We don't have any other thing to give. So you've all come here to give your kind attention, to hear about Krishna, to just sit in Krishna's temple, to see Krishna's form, and you're here on Krishna's birthday. So what could be better? For all of us in this community, all over San Mateo, many of us have not met yet, but it doesn't matter because we're all connected spiritually. And we all have a duty to do, whether we know it or not, in spiritual life. As Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, that those who give other people the information that I've spoken in the Bhagavad Gita, they're the most dear to me. And all of those who know about Bhagavad Gita, who have read Bhagavad Gita, who are living in the Bhagavad Gita through their way of life, they have a duty to do, and that is to give others the opportunity to hear about Krishna. So all of you know about Bhagavad Gita and have heard of Bhagavad Gita. And so we invite everybody to come here on a regular basis. We have classes for children. We have classes for adults. We have music lessons. We have Sanskrit lessons. We have teachings on the Bhagavad Gita, the Srimad Bhagavatam. We sing many stotrams. Any of you like the Purusha Suktam? How many from South India here? Like the Purush Sukta? How about the Vishnu Sahasranam? How about Bhagavad Gita? So you can come here and sing all these songs to your heart's content and become lost in the spiritual sound vibration. That's why we're here. We've created this center as an oasis, a place where everyone can come and hear, chant about Krishna, feel satisfied, a direct connection with Krishna. So we thank you very, very much for taking your day to come here and spend some time. You're welcome to stay. We're not going to close today at all. We're staying open all night long because we're going to have bhajan and pravachan and artiks all the way until past midnight at 12:30. And then after that, there's plenty of service for anyone who wants to stay, because the rest of the devotees will stay up all night cleaning and getting ready for the next day, because we start again on Monday as well. So we have a special guest here who lives at Govardhan Hill. Govardhan Hill? He lives in the town of Govardhan, near Vrindavan, Krishna's birthplace. And this Govardhan Hill, which is not too far from Radhakund, is a very special place for the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, because there Krishna performed his pastimes lifting Govardhan Hill with his little finger for how many days?
7 days.
7 days. And there he maintains an ashram where traveling teachers who teach the Bhagavad Gita, who go all over the world to Europe and to Asia and all over America, who give their time and energy, who become a little bit tired sometimes, and they need a retreat. They go to his ashram and they sit down there, and they're given the space and time just to hear and chant about Krishna and live in the sanctity of this atmosphere of Govardhan Hill. So there, he's an editor. He works with many accomplished Vaishnava authors around the world. And there, he helps them to put together their books. And today, he has an ongoing reading of the book that he recently finished. Took about 10 years of hard work. It's an extensive book, obviously. And earlier today, some of you heard he's reading excerpts which give descriptions from the Shastra, from the authorized literatures that have been passed down, Shruti, Smriti, Puranas, that describe the spiritual world and the activities of Krishna in the spiritual world. And as mentioned in the Shastra, just by hearing and understanding these pastimes of the Lord as being divine, Krishna says in the Gita, Janma karma chame divyam evam yo veti tatvataha tyakva deham punar janma naiti mameti so Arjuna. O Arjuna, if you just understand in truth the nature of my transcendental activities, you won't take birth again here in this material world. So by hearing about these pastimes, one begins to see them, to understand them. And this is because Krishna is within everyone's heart. He says in Bhagavad Gita, Sarvasya chaham hridisannivishto mattak smritir jnanam aphohanam cha vedaishta sarver ahameva vedyo vedanta krit veda videva chaham. Krishna says, I'm in everyone's heart. And from me come remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas, I'm to be known. So, hearing about Krishna also enlivens Krishna within the heart. The Srimad Bhagavatam says that Krishna there within the heart appreciates when his devotees simply take some time to hear about him. And when he sees that his devotee is hearing about him, he won't leave that person's heart. He stays there and gives good instruction from within the heart. Tesham satata yuktanam bachatam pritipurvakam dadami buddhi yogam tam yenamam upayanti te
Krishna says in the Gita that to those who worship me with love and devotion, I give the knowledge from within the heart by which they can come to me. So we're going to hear a little bit more from the book that Maharaj, his name is Kesava Bharati Das Goswami, has brought from Govardhan Hill. And we're also going to hear, after that, a little bit from the Krishna book. This is a famous book because it is a summary of the 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. And this was released in 1970. You'll see that this has many beautiful pictures inside. These books are available at the book table outside, by the way. They have it's the first ever transcendental literature, Shastra, that comes fully illustrated. If you go to other places, you can buy a Gita Press book that has the Devanagari. It may have the translation, but you won't find the illustrations of the spiritual world. So this book gives the pastimes of Krishna in Vrindavan, in Dwarka, Mathura, and anyone can read these and feel fully satisfied just by hearing the pastimes of Krishna. Maharaj, are you ready?
Almost. Okay. I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Where have you all come from today? Anybody here for the first time? Let's welcome our first time guest. Thank you. Where did you all come from? San Jose. And how did you hear about the temple? I see. In Palo Alto last week, we had a special public performance of the chanting of Hare Krishna. And that's what you saw, right? How nice. How wonderful. And many people come by from Stanford University and from the Palo Alto area, and they see us chanting on the street. Normally at night, there's people going to restaurants and find something to do, and when they see this chanting of Hare Krishna publicly, they become entranced. We see especially kids. Kids come by, and they'll stop about your age. What is his age? 1.5 years old. He looks entranced right now.
Yeah.
1.5. What is his name?
Actually, it's a she.
She's
Maya.
Hi, Maya. So when children, Maya's name, beautiful. The kids come by and they'll stop in front of this chanting. We have about 50 devotees tastefully arranged on the Lytton Park. And we have instruments and we sing the Hare Krishna mantra. And we noticed adults also sometimes come and dance, but children especially, they'll stop and they look and they see. And they want to participate. And maybe the parents are in a hurry, they have a dinner date they have to go to, and they say, okay, let's go now. And the kids say, no, not going, or I'm only staying here. Who else has come here for the first time? From where? Yes. How did you hear about our temple? Friends. And where are you from? Fremont. Thank you and welcome. Nice to see you here. Hare Krishna. Anyone else? Yes. Ankit. How did you hear about the temple? You told them. Thank you very much. Do you like it so far? Okay. So now I'm going to ask His Holiness Kesava Bharati Das Goswami to read some more from the descriptions of the spiritual world, and nothing else needs to be done except just to listen and take in the vibration on this special day.
Hare Krishna. So, I was going to read the description of the Yogapith in the spiritual world, but as Vaisesika Prabbhu was describing where I live in Govardhan, I thought, hey, this is a good pastime. So I want to read to you from a book that I edited that was compiled by His Holiness Shivaram Swami Maharaj, and he compiled this literature from many, 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 many shastras. I remember while he was doing this book, I used to go to his room in New Brajadam, and he had literally hundreds of books everywhere, and he was combing through all these books to find the details, and then he wove them together like a tapestry to find out details that many of us have never heard before about the pastime of the lifting of Govardhan Hill. So this is what we're going to read this afternoon. Is that all right with everyone, or should we take a vote? Who would like to hear about Krishna lifting Govardhan Hill and details of what it was like under the hill after he lifted it? Hare Krishna. Oh, all right. I'll not. You know, this pastime happened for two reasons. And we know commonly, most of us know the first reason, and that is that Krishna stopped Nanda Maharaj from performing a sacrifice for Indra. Indra is the demigod who provides the rain. And because it's traditional that in India especially, they have this sacrifice because they depend on the rain and their agricultural products come because of the rain. So they have a sacrifice for Indra. But Krishna, he wanted to teach Indra a lesson, you know? Who's actually the supreme around here? Right? So he stopped Nanda Maharaj, he convinced Nanda Maharaj with wonderful arguments why he should stop the Indra Yajna and instead worship the Brahmanas, the cows, and Govardhan Hill. Now when Indra heard this, he was very upset. And we're going to hear now about what he did. And then a little later we'll hear about what Krishna did in response. But the second reason, which is not so well known, is that all the Brajbasis decided that they wanted, or they desired, to see Krishna 24/7. They were all praying at the same time. When can we be with Krishna 24/7? And Krishna, in response to all the prayers of all the Brajbasis, he conducted this pastime. That's the real reason, the internal reason. But now let us hear. I'm reading from Nava Braja Mahima. It's a 5,000-page epic book about Krishna's pastimes, which were researched by Shivaram Maharaj, edited in English by myself and Achyuta, our friend. Hare Krishna. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Indra burned with rage, ignited by his frustrated pride, by his plan to persecute the innocent, and by his offenses to the Supreme Lord. He stood upon his throne before the assembly in his court and shouted, "Mischievous cowherds, you have listened to the false words of a talkative child. You foolishly ignored my worship and brought ruin upon your own heads. Let us see this Krishna give you shelter now." His eyes red with fury, Indra stared expectantly at the clouds assembled before him in personified forms. Their leader, Sambartaka, said, "As always, we will carry out your order without fail." The Samvartaka cloud is a very special cloud. It's called when it's time to dissolve the universal cosmic manifestation. Samvartaka, the most devastating cloud in existence. The clouds of destruction made their way towards Vrindavan, committed to their task and vainly thinking that they would be able to punish the Brajbasis, who were securely protected by Krishna. Gradually from the north, towering black clouds charged across the sky, accompanied by thunder, lightning, and icy winds. Then, many ominously colored clouds converged on Braj from all directions. Light rains quickly grew into an incessant downpour. Massive columns of water fell to the earth, forming turbulent rivers and lakes in Vrindavan's pasture lands, hills, and forests. As the clouds became increasingly thicker, dropping hailstones the size of boulders. Sometimes in Texas they get big hailstones. These hailstones were the size of boulders, like this. The entire atmosphere became horrifyingly dark, like the intense blackness created by the universal shell. Winds tore out mountains and uprooted trees. Loosed from their moorings, the 12 directions scattered like dry leaves, making it impossible to discern what was north, south, up, and down. Rumbling thunder reverberated like the sound of a continuous avalanche, intensifying the chaos. Intense lightning and oppressive darkness alternated in such quick succession as to blind all creatures. The earth became waterlogged. As the lakes and rivers overflowed, their waters continued to rise and rise and rise until high ground could no longer be distinguished from low. The distressed birds were being repeatedly thrown to the ground by high winds, and the forest animals were miserable because they could find no refuge from the pounding rains that pummeled their bodies. The calves shivered in the cold rain and lowed piteously as they ran for shelter underneath their mothers' bellies, while the bulls shook their humps and horns as if to fight off the deluge, all to no avail. Hare Krishna. Welcome our recent guests. Hare Krishna. Welcome. Is he okay? Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Welcome. We're hearing about the pastime of Krishna lifting Govardhan Hill and the storms that were created by Indra before he did that. And eventually, we're going to get to the place where the life underneath the hill is described. All the things that went on underneath the hill as Krishna lifted it, and the loving exchanges that went on between him and the Brajbasis. Because he was fulfilling their desire to be with him 24/7. The Gopas and Gopis were terrified by this unseasonable and unprecedented tempest, thinking that it surely signaled the end of Nandaraja's dynasty. Indeed, of the entire cowherd community. Such adversity made Maharaj Nanda despondent. Summoning his wife and her attendants, he said, "Oh dear one, you must take the children and other women at once, travel to a distant place. The hale and hearty will remain here, leaving only when faced with certain death." After issuing this command, Nanda Maharaj began to invoke the names of Hari to protect his sons and people. No sooner had the king of the cowherds spoken these words than he was forced to retract them. The rapidly intensifying storm made his inner palace the only haven that his dependents could reach safely. The Brajbasis could understand that they were being punished for having stopped the long-standing tradition of worshiping the King of Heaven. Naturally, they turned to their king, Nanda, for protection. But Nanda Maharaj was absorbed in trying to placate Indra by chanting a prayer from the Kautumi Shaka. Finally, the Brajbasis and their cows turned to their only sanctuary and solace, Krishna. "O Lord of Gokul," said the Brajbasis, "please save the cows now on the verge of death from the wrath of Indra. And since you are affectionate to your devotees, please save us as well." The young calves looked to Krishna with saddened eyes, as if to humbly say, "O Lord, please protect us." And Gopal, his eyes brimming with tears, glanced at them in reply, as if to say, "Do not fear." As the super soul in everyone's heart, Krishna was well aware of Indra's misguided plan to destroy Vrindavan. To calm and reassure his kinsmen, Krishna then spoke these words: "Dear friends, no doubt this calamitous situation is the work of King Indra. But such adversity becomes insignificant, and by my grace is easily overcome for one who is surrendered to me." As Krishna was speaking, he overheard his father reciting the 46 names of Indra, like Shachisha and Vajrahasta. Upset by this continued mood of dependence on the demigods, Krishna exclaimed, "Father, are we such cowards that we must pray to this Indra, whom I can pulverize into dust in a moment? Put aside your fear and watch my pastimes unfold as I crush this paltry insect's mountainous pride." The Brajbasis were incredulous when they heard Krishna's challenge. But try to understand, Krishna is an 8-year-old boy at the time. 7 years old. 7 years old. Here's a 7-year-old boy saying, "I will pulverize this Indra." And the Brajbasis are going, "Yeah, right." The Brajbasis were incredulous when they heard Krishna's challenge, but despite their skepticism and the painful onslaught of hail and winds, Krishna's beautiful smiling face made them forget their misery. We keep this temple and we worship Krishna in the form of the Murti in such beautiful style and beautiful things, so that we can come and see the face of Krishna and become pacified, our hearts, from all of the holocaust and things that go on in this material world as we try to keep it together. Amidst all of the things that are happening, especially nowadays. If you come here and just look at the face of Krishna, you get pacified. Your heart becomes pacified. Your minds are pacified. The minds of your children and family are pacified. This is the effect of the pure devotional service, of just coming and looking at Krishna. So here, the Brajbasis, they were incredulous. They couldn't believe how young, how old is your daughter? 7. Just see. Imagine she's saying, yes, I am going to, take care of Indra, We all laugh, oh yeah, right, you're going to take care of Indra. So it was like that. That was the mood. That was the mood. But when they looked at Krishna's face, just like when you sometimes look at her face and she smiles, it makes all the trouble worthwhile. All the problems and trouble to keep the family together and the household and the job and the this and the that and the this. And you look at her face and she goes, and then everything's okay. So it's like that, only unlimited. Unlimited. Externally, Krishna remained calm. But internally he raged, thinking, this tempest is Indra's revenge upon us for having stopped his sacrifice. A sacrifice which is rightfully meant to please me. Because he has become proud of his opulence, instead of thinking himself as my servant, Indra, along with some of his demigod colleagues, falsely thinks himself to be the Lord of the universe. This is what happens when we get really opulent. When we get really rich or really famous or really opulent, we tend to forget where it's coming from. Isn't it? Hey. Now I will destroy this ignorance and give Indra relief from his false prestige. And simultaneously, I will protect my family and my home, the cowherd community, and the land of Vrindavan. His mind made up, Krishna again addressed the gopas and gopis. Earlier we worshipped Govardhan Hill, and he appeared in person to accept our offerings. Now let us turn again to that infallible deity. O cowherd men, see, this is what Krishna did. When he had the sacrifice and the Anakuta, just to convince the Brajbasis that they were doing the right thing, he appeared in a form separate from himself and separate from Govardhan Hill, in a gigantic, beautiful form of Krishna. And he sat on top of the hill. And he was receiving the offerings personally. Whatever they cooked, he would consume. So they saw this, and their faith in Krishna, their faith in what he was doing, was increased like anything. But now, in the face of the storms that Indra is sending, which we just heard, boulders of ice this big around, falling from the sky. It was not just dangerous, it was life-threatening for all the residents. So now Krishna is saying to the Brajbasis, let us turn again to Govardhan Hill. He showed us Govardhan Hill, that he's willing to protect us. Ma, Hare Krishna, Haribo. O cowherd men of Braj, we have not a moment to waste. At once, gather your dependents, cows and valuables, and hurry to Govardhan Hill. He will certainly save us from Indra's fury. Protected by their exclusive faith in Krishna, the Brajbasis followed his orders without a second thought. They at once left the shelter of their homes for the exposed and flooded pastures of Govardhan. The residents of Braj trudged through the wind and rain to Anukuta Chetra at the foot of Govardhan Hill, sought shelter in the caves of the great mountain, and waited for Krishna to arrive. Meanwhile, Krishna had stopped beneath a large kadamba tree a few kilometers southeast of Anukuta Chetra to consult some intimate friends like Stoka Krishna, who had come along with him. Initially, Krishna had thought to destroy Indra's kingdom. But after deeply pondering the situation, he decided that rather than simply overpower Indra, he would showcase his compassion for his kin. It was then that Krishna formulated the idea of using Govardhan Hill as an umbrella to shelter the Brajbasis. Beneath the rain-drenched boughs of that Kadamba tree, he exuberantly revealed his plan to his friends. His friends, however, thought that trying to lift a mountain was too risky a venture. They would not give their permission. Despite Krishna's past triumphs over one mighty demon after another. This is the nature of Krishna. The nature of Krishna is that even though he is the supreme personality of Godhead, the all-powerful and all-knowing and all-opulent supreme being, he, in his relationships with his intimate devotees in Braj, depends on them. He won't do anything without their permission. He's the perfect person. He's submissive to his friends. Just like sometimes you may have a friend, a group of friends, and you want to do something outlandish, and they'll all come to you and say, no, you can't. This is not good for you. And then you submit because they're your friends. This is relationships with God in the spiritual world. It was then, to convince the Gopas that he was up to the task, Krishna joined two branches of the tree to form a circle. And in the process, twisted its trunk. Duly impressed, the Gopas and Madhu blessed him for the task. And you go to Paita, near Govardhan, where I live, and you can see that tree, a huge Kadamba tree, the trunk twisted like this, as if somebody had just turned it. So now his friends had blessed him. Okay, you got an idea? Let's see if you can do it. Krishna's superhuman feat and the Gopas' reactions to it are described in amusing detail in an appendix. We won't read the appendix. Finally, Krishna met up with the Brajbasis, and they at once noticed that his turban, hair, limbs, and garments were untouched by the rain and wind. Yogamaya had shielded him as he ran to Giriraj. The Brajbasis ventured out from the caves, crevices, and forests of Govardhan and surrounded their beloved Krishna like harassed citizens taking shelter of their heroic king. When Krishna saw the pitiable condition of his kinsmen and domestic animals, his heart was pulled in two directions as he felt empathy for the Brajbasis and outrage at Indra. Without taking the time even to tighten his belt, as was his habit before confronting a challenge, Krishna approached the tail end of Govardhan Hill, touched it with respect, and offered pranams. You know, the Govardhan Hill is in the shape of a peacock. And at one end is Radhakund and Shamakund, the eyes of the peacock. And the other end, in Punchari, the tail of the peacock. So Krishna went to that end of Govardhan, touched it with respect, and offered his pranams. As the Brajbasis looked on, unable to understand what Krishna had in mind, Hari cast a love-laden glance at his parents to assuage their fears, and then disappeared within a deep cave of the mountain. Krishna knew that the Brajbasis were horrified and confused at losing sight of him, their beloved treasure. And so he moved at lightning speed into the heart of the cave beneath the center of the hill. Before any of the Brajbasis had time to follow him, faint, or give up their lives out of shock, Krishna executed his plan and gently, as if picking up a baby calf, began to lift Govardhan Hill. Bo Giriraj, Govardhan Ki Jai. The Brajbasis watched in awe as the mountain rose into the air. Directly beneath Govardhan, they saw Krishna standing in a threefold bending pose, left arm upraised, nonchalantly holding the hill aloft. As the Brajbasis beheld butter-soft Krishna standing beneath the gigantic mountain, their bodily hairs stood on end. Though at first stunned, they soon began to swoon in loving concern. To allay their fear, Krishna at once addressed them in a very sweet and affectionate voice. Somehow, he spoke to each person individually, cutting through the terrible sounds of thunder and fury. He began by saying, "O Mother, O Father," with a long, dramatic pause between each word. Then he continued with a smile, "O saintly people, bring all your possessions and come here." Krishna pulled Balaram to his side as if to encourage his kinsman. And even though he had not finished raising the hill, he persisted, "Father, Mother, please don't worry about me in the slightest." Verbally, Krishna had not asked his brother for permission to lift the hill, but in a subtle, sublime way, the two had communicated, and Lord Balaram had given his blessings. See, Krishna won't do anything without the permission of his elder brother. Krishna continued, "This king of mountains is enjoying the bliss of floating in the air. He feels to me no heavier than a puff of cotton. I am not exerting myself in the least, so please stay calm and peaceful." Krishna held Govardhan as effortlessly as a child holds a mushroom. But because the mountain was trembling in ecstasy at the touch of Krishna, Krishna asked the cowherd boys to steady the hill with their sticks. Sometimes you see paintings of this pastime. You see Krishna standing there, and all the Brajbasis are there, and some of the cowherd men, they have their sticks up like this. Mother Yashoda saw Govardhan Hill shake and was overcome by concern for her son's safety. She wanted to run and embrace him, but she was stunned, and with a sort of fear only parents can understand. All you parents, when something's happened to your kid, it's like no words. There's no words for it. This fear brought tears to her eyes, Mother Yashoda, tears that completely obstructed her view of Krishna in danger. Then her throat choked up. She could not even call out and help him to avert this dangerous calamity. Only the reassuring words of friends like Rohini kept Yashoda from sinking into a dark sea of despair, in whose murky depths lay certain death. Luckily, they raised her again to the surface of consciousness. Govardhan's many peaks, decorated by jewel-like stones, cloaked by a green blanket of trees, and garlanded with billowing clouds, truly made Giriraj appear like Vrindavan's magnificent crown. Krishna saw that the floodwaters had begun to stream into the depression under Govardhan Hill, and so he mentally called upon Shesha and Sudarshan Chakra to help him. Searing with the heat of 10 million suns, the chakra hovered around the base of Govardhan and dried up the rain streaming down the hill, not unlike Agastya Muni once dried up the ocean by drinking it. Then Ananta Shesha coiled himself around the lip of the depression beneath Govardhan and held back the incoming floodwaters, like the shoreline stops the ocean from coming onto dry land. Neither Shesha nor the chakra were visible to the Brajbasis, who remained stunned at the sight of the great mountain hovering before them simply by the mystical touch of their beloved Krishna. Eager that his clan be sheltered from the elements, Krishna urged them, "O residents of Braj, you can now come beneath Govardhan Hill, along with your cows and possessions. Beneath the hill, you will feel safe from this terrible storm, as no rain or mud can enter. In fact, this place is like a subterranean heavenly kingdom. You can easily access by these broad stairways." Some people began to cautiously advance towards the cavernous basin where Krishna stood, but then turned back when Mother Yashoda insisted that her son would not be able to continue holding the hill. Slightly irritated, Krishna continued, "Don't listen to my mother, who mistakenly thinks that Govardhan Hill can slip from my hand. Rather, enter beneath its shelter at once." Just as Krishna spoke these words, Srimati Radharani caught his eye. He briefly faltered, and the hill shook in his hand. The Brajbasis took this as evidence that perhaps Krishna's mother was right. Meanwhile, Radha turned and whispered to Vishaka, "Look at how Krishna keeps his right hand on his hip and beams an enchanting smile, even while holding the brother of Mount Mandara like a ball. The restless bumblebee of his sidelong glance causes the lotus flower of my heart to tremble." With great effort, Krishna tore his eyes from those of his beloved in order to fully concentrate on the job at hand. You ever been at work and your girlfriend comes or your wife comes and looks at you and you get distracted and your boss looks at you? Do your job. To encourage his townsfolk, Krishna fully extended his arm like an elephant holds out its trunk to show off a lotus. Then to mock Indra further, he slid Govardhan Hill onto the very tip of his little finger. The motion caused by Krishna raising the hill higher created a tumultuous sound that echoed in every direction, as if Govardhan Hill were laughing at Indra's insignificant war machines. Again, Krishna invited the Brajvasis to join him. This time, the subjects of Rasha's king gathered at what had been the foot of Govardhan hill, and peered into the cavernous basin below. The Brajvasis were shocked at what they saw. Rows of elegant, ornate staircases, beyond them an effulgent valley, whose opulence shamed the celestial gardens that surround Mount Meru. A divine, Vaikuntha-like serenity pervaded the realm beneath the hill. The effects of the storm, still raging just outside that safe haven, were conspicuous by their complete and total absence.
We're going to have an arti 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock. Okay. Stay tuned, and we're going to find out what happened next. Bo Giridhari Govardhan ki jai, Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol, Hare
Thank
Krishna.
you everyone for coming to ISKCON Silicon Valley. We're just taking a short break in our hearing of the Bhagavat, but we're going to have an artik. This is our scheduled artik for noon. So we can turn our attention towards Shishi Radha Madan Mohan Ji and Sriman Mahaprabhu Shishi Lakshmi Nrsingadev, and we'll have this artik ceremony. Okay, come back, please. Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Sri Madhe Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Leave a pathway here. Hare. Pathway.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Maybe that darshan area can move in closer to the altar so it gives more room in the front. Maybe it could. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Okay, get ready. Everybody ready? Hey! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai. Radha Ramana Hari Govinda
Govinda Jai Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jaya Govinda Jai Jaya Gopala Jai Jaya Govinda Jai Jaya Gopala Jai Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jaya Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Sharinam Sankirtan ki, Sharinam Mahamantra ki, Sharinam Prabhu ki, Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan ji ki, Shri Krishna Janmastami ki, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki, Go Premanande, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vrindavan. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Go Avantika. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Vrindavan. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan Ji ki Jai. Shri Krishna Janmastami ki Jai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody chant. Raise the roof. One more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, next time, so loud, everyone in Mountain View can hear the chanting. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody!
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama.
Come now, all the ladies in the room, all the ladies sing. All the ladies.
Hare
Ladies.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna.
Okay, all the men.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Ladies.
Hare.
Kids under 10.
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Kids under 10. Let's hear it. Under 10 only. Yay! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Anyone over 40? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Keep it going. So this chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra comes from the Vedas. The Kali Santarana Upanishad gives the mantra Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And it says that in this age of Kali Yuga, which is the age of quarrel and hypocrisy, it's a very difficult age for spiritual realization. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Sutta Goswami at Naimasaranya told the sages, Prayanal Payusha Shabya Kalavasmin Yugejana Manda Sumanda Matayo Manda Bhagya Hupadritaha. In this iron age of Kali, men have but short lives. They are quarrelsome, lazy, misguided, unlucky, and above all, always disturbed. Does it sound familiar? It's the age of great disturbance, and therefore, the process of spiritual realization must be very powerful. Bhaktivinoda Thakur therefore says, Ene chi ashaudi maya, nashi baro lagi. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has brought the special medicine to alleviate the distresses and the ills in the age of Kali Yuga. And in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Kalir dosha nidhe rajan asti heko mahan guna kirtanad eva krishnasya mukta sangha param vrajet. This age of Kali Yuga is an ocean of faults. But there's one great quality in the Kali Yuga. Should I say what it is? Yes! If you think I should say what it is, you have to say, Hari Bol. Hari Bol! But I'm not convinced yet. Should I say it? Hari Bol! The one great quality is that simply by chanting the names of God in this age of Kali Yuga, one can easily cross beyond what is an ocean of faults and enter into the spiritual world. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu traveled from town to town all over South India, and he told everyone, Hare Nama, Hare Nama, Hare Nama eva kevalam, kalau nastyeva nastyeva nastyeva, gatiranyata. In this age of Kali, there's no other way, no other way, no other way except for chanting the holy names, chanting the holy names, chanting the holy names of the Lord. So we thank you all for coming to ISKCON of Silicon Valley in this most auspicious day of Janmastami. And the scriptures prescribe that when we all come together from Mountain View, from San Mateo, from Milpitas, from Fremont, from San Francisco, where else did you come from? Cupertino, where else? Sacramento.
Where else? New Jersey. Where else? Burlingame. India. That you should sit together, just like we're doing right here, and chant. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody! Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Parastasmat tu bhavo nyo, vyakto vyaktat sanatana, yaksak sarveshu vedeshu. That besides this material world, which is very dark, there's another region, the spiritual world, which is self-luminous, where there's dancing, where there's singing. There's no Home Depot, no 7-Eleven, no cubicles to work in. There are airplanes, according to the Srimad Bhagavatam, but they're for pleasure trips only, and they're made out of flowers. This is called Shruti. If I want to know what's going on in Chicago right now, I can't see it with my eyes. But if one of you in the audience calls a friend or relative in Chicago and says, "What's the temperature? And what's going on in Chicago right now?" they can tell us because they're there. So in the same way, the Shrutis and the Smritis are information coming from eyewitness accounts of the spiritual world, far beyond this material world. And in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Yanti Deva Vrata Devan Pitrin Yanti Pratirvata Bhutani Yanti Bhuteja Yanti Mam Yajinopi Mam. And that is, you can go wherever you like. If you can you can go to Swarga. If you like, you can go to Naraka. If you like, you can stay on this earthly planet. Or if you like, you can come back to the spiritual world. All you have to do is chant, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare. This Hare Krishna movement started over 500 years ago in West Bengal with the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He was a great scholar when he was a child, defeated the Digvijay Pandit in debate. When he was 24 years old, he took sannyas and a life fully dedicated to teaching Krishna consciousness. Two of his greatest disciples, Sanatana Goswami and Rupa Goswami, came from great aristocracy, ministers to the king. They left their posts, their great wealth, their fame, to join Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught each one of them the science of Krishna consciousness so that they could write literatures and pass them on to the world. Nana Shastra Vichara Naikandipano Shaddharma Samstapako Lokanam Hitakarano Tribhuvane Manyo Sharanyakaro. Srinivasacharya says they compiled vast literatures from deeply studying all the Vedic conclusions. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught Sanatana Goswami
that everyone here in this material world has forgotten something very wonderful. So he told the story about a poor man. He had no money and no prospect in life. And then one day, he met an astrologer named Sarvagya. And when the great astrologer looked at the man's chart, he said, "You're not actually poor. You were estranged from your father, who is the richest man in the whole land. And recently he passed away, and he left you his entire inheritance. And I can even tell you where it's buried. It's just in your backyard. Now all you have to do is go and get it." Now I want to ask you all a question. Are you ready? If you're ready, say, Haribo! How long does it take for a poor man, when he finds out that he's rich, to change his mood in life? How long? A nanosecond. Everyone who agrees, say, Haribo! So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, when we find out that the most valuable thing in this world is actually our own selves, we are part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If you take all the things in this world, forget about the world, let's just take all the things in Mountain View. How many things are there in Mountain View? Approximately. If you take all the cars, take all the houses, take all the money, take all the, what else you got? Swimming pools? Put them on one side of the scale, and on the other side, you put yourself. Not your body, but your real self, the Atma, which is a spiritual, eternal particle, which has a kinship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Vedas say that one Atma outweighs all the things in this world. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, your greatest wealth is right inside your heart. And the way to discover it is by chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody! It's almost everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Madan Mohan Das has entered the house. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Never play Kartal. Now we're bringing in Madan Mohan Das on Dolak, or whatever it is he brought in. Get ready. Go ahead. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Are you all ready? Krishna. For Madan Mohan Das, get ready. He's going to start on the dolak. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Janma karma chame divyam evam yo veti tatvata tyaktva deham puna janma naiti mam eti saurjuna. One who knows in truth the divine nature, my birth and activities in this world, never takes birth again in this material world, but goes back to the spiritual world. And in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Patram pushpam balam toyam yo me bhaktya priyachati taraham bhakti paritam ashnami paritatmanaha. If you just offer me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, fruit, or water, I will accept it. In this world, people are generally not very grateful. One can work for the same company for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and then one day be summarily fired for no good reason, with no explanation. Similarly, people work very hard for their countries, for their families, and then in the end, everyone says, you didn't do enough. But Krishna is so kind that if you simply offer a little leaf, a flower, or fruit, or water, He's so grateful that because you gave with some love and affection and appreciation, He'll accept it. This is the process of bhakti. It's simple. Anyone, anywhere can perform devotional service, whether one lives in a house, on a boat, in a tree, in the forest, on another planet, under the ground. Doesn't matter where you live. Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, Grihe tako, bane tako, shada hari bole dako.
You can live in the forest as a sannyasi. You can live in a house as a king or a palace as a king. All you have to do is go on chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All those who agree with me, let's chant it again. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I got 2 people to agree with me. Let's see if we can get 4. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And in the Sri Brahma Samhita, we lost our rhythm. Lord Brahma says, Yes Twindra Gopa Matavendra Mahosa Karma Bandhanu Rupa Palabhajanamatanoti Karmani Nirdahati Kintu Bhakti Bhajam Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Those who are engaged in the process of bhakti, they're destroying their karma from Indra down to the Indra Gopa germ. Every living entity is being pushed on by their karma in this world, forced to take birth again. But one who takes to the simple process of bhakti burns up all karma at its roots and goes back home, back to Godhead. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to this world and said the best way to perform bhakti is to go on chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody chant now, come on! Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So how powerful is this chanting of the holy names of God? In the Sri Shikshashtakam, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Nam Namakari Bahuda Nija Sarva Shaktis Tatrarpita Nimahita Smananena Kala Itadrishi Tava Kripa Bhagavan Mamapi Durdaiva Midrishami Hajani Nanuragaha. Oh my Lord, you have hundreds and millions of names, and within them you've invested all your personal transcendental energies. anyone can derive the highest benefit just by repeating these names of God. But I'm so unfortunate that I cannot chant these beautiful names. And then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Chunadapi sunichena tororiva sahishnuna amanina manadena kirtaniya sadahari. In order to chant God's names, one must become very humble. Because whatever we have in this life, in this world, it's not ours to keep. It's only been loaned to us for a short amount of time. And therefore, we should not think ourselves very great in any way. Queen Kunti says in her prayers to Lord Krishna, Janma Ishvarya Shruta Shibir, E Ramana Madapuman, Naivar Hatya Vidatum Vai, Twama Kinshana Gocharam. Kinshana means something. And Akinshana means I don't have anything. One who feels I don't have anything in this world, I have no shelter except for Krishna, that person can chant Hare Krishna. But if someone thinks I'm from a very high birth, I am very well educated, I am very beautiful, I am very strong, therefore what do I need the name of God for? That person will not chant Hare Krishna. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, become very humble. Remember that everything we have in this world has been given to us. We're born into the world naked, and we'll leave it naked with nothing. And we'll be forced to move on somewhere else. So, well, in this very short lifetime, which goes by like a flash of lightning in eternity, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu recommended Kirtaniya Sadahari. Always keep the vibration of the Hare Krishna mantra going, something like this. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Before Valmiki Muni was a great poet and sage, he was a hunter. What a life, being a hunter. So many bad memories, so much karma oppressing the soul. And one day he met Narada Muni, who advised him to chant the Lord's names to become free from his burden. But Valmiki said, I'm too sinful to chant the names of God. And Narada Muni said, because you're so much attached to death as a hunter, then you simply chant the names of death. Mara, 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 Rama, Mara, Mara, Rama, 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 Rama. In this way, Valmiki Muni chanted the name of God, even unknowingly. He became so purified that one day he was able to see the pastimes of Sita Ram, Lakshman, Hanuman, perfectly enacted within his heart, as if he were watching it right in his own room. And he wrote the entire Valmiki Ramayana. Therefore, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Devahuti, the mother of Lord Kapila says, Aho batashva pachato gariyan ya jivagre vartite namatubhyam te pusta paste juhuvu sasna arya brahmanachur Granantiete. Oh, how wonderful it is that if someone, even one time, just on the tip of their tongue, is able to say the name of God, they will be free from all sinful reactions. God's name is identical with God, and therefore is all-powerful and all-merciful. And the holy name comes to this world to give everyone a chance to become purified, to remember Krishna at the time of death, and at the moment of leaving the body, to go back home, back to Godhead. One simply must chant, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, get ready. Are you ready? Hare Krishna.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. It was on their very wedding day, Vasudeva and Devaki, coming home on the chariot. A beautiful day, wedding, until the prophecy came from the sky. Kamsa, who is driving the chariot for his sister Devaki, heard a message from an unembodied voice. Kamsa, you fool!
You're driving the chariot for your sister. But you do not know that the 8th son born of your sister will kill you and is your eternal enemy, Lord Vishnu. Kamsa, being a demon, immediately grabbed the hair of his sister, drew his sword, and was about to behead his own kith and kin. But then Vasudeva, being an expert devotee, began to dissuade him from this heinous act. He told him that this will not be very good for your reputation. And he also told him that if you do something sinful in this life just to protect your body, what is the use? Because this body is not our own property. It belongs to someone else. We leave one body only to take another body. And in each lifetime, I think this is the all in all. This is my life. I'm from America. I'm from India. I'm from Switzerland. But actually, none of us are from this world. Vasudeva tried many ways to convince Kamsa to become peaceful. But because his mind was demoniac, Vasudeva could only resort to telling him that Devaki was not named in the prophecy to kill you, but her 8th son. Therefore, I will give you each of our sons, if and when they are born, and you can do as you like with them. And on that, Kamsa released his sister and allowed them to proceed to their destination. One after another, as the sons of Devaki were born, Kamsa mercilessly killed them. But when the 8th son finally arrived, he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, born into the jail cell where Vasudeva and Devaki had been imprisoned by King Kamsa, with 4 arms, beautiful hair and ornaments, weapons, not an ordinary child, but the Supreme Personality of Godhead, come to this earth to teach about himself and to protect his devotees and to annihilate the miscreants. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Paricharnaya sadhunam vinashaya cha duskritam dharma samstapanartaya sambhavam yuge yuge. I come to this world to uplift my devotees and to annihilate the demons. When the Lord appeared in this jail cell of Vasudeva and Devaki, his parents were in great tribulation, thinking, now Kamsa will come and kill this child too. So to alleviate the fear of his parents, the Lord turned himself into a small baby. And by the power of his Yogamaya, the shackles fell off of Vasudeva. The prison guards fell asleep. The doors of the prison opened wide. And Vasudeva took that little baby child to Gokula, crossing the Jamuna. The baby slipped and touched the water of the Jamuna with his lotus feet. And therefore it became the sanctified abode where one can become purified and revive one's pure love for God. He went to the house of Nanda Yashoda, where Yashoda had given birth to a baby girl. But because of the labor of childbirth, she was fast asleep and unaware of which kind of child she had. Vasudeva exchanged the children and went back to his prison, closed the doors, put the shackles back on. And when the news came back to Kamsa, he said, "Now the end of my life has come. The 8th child has been born." He went to the prison of Vasudeva and Devaki. He entered the cell, and there he was very surprised to find that it was not a baby boy, but a baby girl sitting on the lap of Devaki. Devaki begged him, "Please do not take this child. You've killed so many of my children, shining like the sun. Please spare this one child. The prophecy said that a boy will come to kill you. This is a girl." But Kamsa, being so absorbed in the material energy, was full of fear. Therefore, he picked up the baby girl, not knowing that she was the sister of the Absolute Truth. Subhadra, Maya Devi herself. He tried to dash her on the stone, but she flew up into the sky and simply laughed at Kamsa and said, "You fool, you cannot kill me. The child's to kill you is already somewhere else." And she flew off. Now Kamsa was completely bewildered. And his ministers told him, "You should try to kill every child in the entire region, because one of them may be Krishna." So he sent out Putana, Trinavarta, Agasura, Keshi, Arishtasura, Vyomasura, Pralambasura. All these wizards and demons employed by King Kamsa combed the land, killing all the children. And the deadliest of all, Putana, who was expert in killing little children, entered the house of Nanda Yashoda in the guise of a beautiful maidservant. Because she was so beautiful, everyone let her pass through the house, enter the room of baby Krishna. She had a plan. She had smeared her breasts with deadly poison. Her plan was to pick up the child, allow him to suck her breast, and kill him. When she entered the room of Krishna, Krishna closed his eyes. Some say he closed his eyes because he didn't want to disturb the plan of Putana. Others say he closed his eyes because Putana came in the form of a woman, and Krishna was not very keen on killing a woman. When Putana saw the small child, she perceived him to be a sword in a decorated case. Although the case is decorated, the sword is very deadly. She picked up the child. She placed the nipple of her poisoned breast into his mouth. And Krishna sucked out the poison. He sucked out the milk. And then her life air. And Putana screamed, "Leave me! Leave me!" She assumed her original form, 8 miles long, and fell to the ground with a huge crash. She smashed the prized orchards, which were kept for King Kamsa. And she didn't touch anything else or anyone else. Baby Krishna was crawling in the gigantic 8-mile-long form of Putana. When his relatives all came running in to see what had happened, they took the baby to a safe place. They bathed him. Cow urine, milk. They smeared him with the dust from the hooves upraised by the calves. Dust upraised by the hooves of the calves. They chanted sacred mantras to protect him, not knowing that he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Then the cowherd men chopped the gigantic body of Putana into hunks. They put them into huge bonfires to burn the body. All over Gokula, the smoke permeated the atmosphere, and everyone said, "What is that beautiful, fragrant smell?" And the acharyas have explained that because Krishna is the supreme pure, whomever he touches becomes purified also. Saparigat shukram akayam avranam asnaviram shudam apapavidham kavir manishi paribhu swayambur yatha tat yatortan veradashasvatibhya samabhyaha. Krishna's body is completely pure. Not only that, it's purifying. Putana, just by being touched by the Lord, was purified of all her sinful reactions. And the smoke from her body smelled fragrant, like aguru and sandalwood. Uddhava, the great devotee of the Lord, then many years later says, Aho bata shva pachatogarya, aho bakiyam stanakalakutam. Who would take shelter of anyone other than Krishna? Because Krishna is so kind that although Putana came to poison him with deadly poison on her breast, Krishna simply accepted that he came as a mother and discounted her dastardly motive to kill him. Therefore, all the great devotees recommend, take shelter of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who's all merciful and all powerful. And in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says,
Sarvadharmam parityaja mamekam sharanam braja aham tam sarva papebhyo mokshayishami masuchaha. Parityaja. Sarvadharmam parityaja mamekam sharanam braja aham tam sarva papebhyo mokshayishami masuchaha. Sarvadharmam parityaja mamekam sharanam braja aham tam sarva papebhyo mokshayishami masuchaha. Krishna says, abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender to me. I will deliver you from all sinful reaction. Do not fear. Do not worry. Do not hesitate. And therefore, devotees today, all over the planet Earth, in California, in Nevada, in Colorado, in Illinois, in New Jersey, in New York, in London, in Iceland, in Czechoslovakia, in Russia, in Africa, in Australia, in Vietnam, in Japan, are chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.